That's my favorite image.
I was gonna ask you if that's an NFT up there because that should be meant. That should
No,
be meant.
it should
You
be.
should meant that.
So,
So, what did you think of that?
oh,
What did you think of that show?
it's great.
It's
Yeah, I actually recorded some of it to send you, right?
okay.
Um, just because if you think it's, I think I recorded you doing the the newscaster voice. So I was gonna see. I'll send it to you, and you can see if I was gonna send it to Jeff. Hey KC, you want a job with Waybash Capital?
Yeah. How much? And what do I have to do?
That that's it.
How much and what do I have to do?
That's it.
It's my only two questions.
That's it. So what's the latest?
Well, mortgage rates are coming down.
And by the way, like I started answering the question, then I got a phone call
Of course.
with Chris One. Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll wait.
No. That's what happened before with Chris Bond. Yeah. So I'm sorry
No.
if I disappeared.
It's
Yeah.
okay. It's okay. I would really like that. Chris is that person where you're not gonna like make a splashy impression and like it's gonna come
Mhm.
through a couple conversations.
What were we talking about at that
Dude.
time?
Okay, so check this out.
Yeah.
He's his thing is clothing that has a flexible chip built into it.
Hmm.
And then there's the entire Web3 link to that.
Hmm.
So re-represent that clothing as a wearable NFT on your avatar, um, and it keeps going. There's a lot to it. That's the basic idea. Does that make sense?
Hmm. No,
Okay.
I was more like he asked a question, uh, and was it? Oh, that's right. Was Alameda or is Alameda currently still allocating funds towards shorting FTX? Sorry, shorting Tether.
Sure. Yeah. I think that was the question. Yeah. That rings a bell.
Like, is it possible that money is still being moved within Alameda
Well, absolutely.
and
And
positions being taken? How is that possible?
well, they're still functioning. The doors are still open. They still have the ability to do some things. It could make it a lot worse, but their backs are against the wall. So 100x that bitch and put it on a short and see what happens. Like we're already fucked. Let's take the last couple dollars we have and put it all on black. Put it all on 42, whatever. It's the gambler's exit. That's why you see an acceleration from, hey, we might have trouble. Yeah, we're in bankruptcy. All like that's why it happened so fast. I think.
Is it is it really possible that El Salvador had all of their Bitcoin on
Dude,
FTX?
I heard. I'm like, no fucking way.
No fucking
No
way.
fucking way. They don't have that shit in
But
cold storage.
maybe,
But maybe. You
but
know
maybe.
what? Well, even let's imagine 20%. 20% was held on FTX. Just 20% of a country's bulk worth. Like that's nuts. That's nuts. I mean, it's like I think it's so possible that because of things like that specifically, you have like a world response unifying governments across the board to say no. and crypto becomes the outlawed software of the internet.
What exactly is the political process for handing off the private keys, not to the nuclear codes, but of the country's wealth?
Right?
How does that work? Like when you inaugurated, did they give you the Ledger wallet?
You have to start up. No, you have to start up a new one to authenticate the fingerprint.
Oh my
Dude,
god!
okay, so here, that was the other thing. I'm chewing on this. I'm like, okay, let's get personal. What am I doing? Right? And I'm looking at the cold storage devices and I'm thinking, no, no, no to cold storage. The ledger is tied deeply into FTX US, right? Now, granted, FTX US is still operating. They're still doing withdrawals. They're not pausing, much to Zach's question this morning, which ended up being a very good question. But they're still processing withdrawals. Um, that's where Ledger is tied into the most deeply. So what happens if you're using, FTX to on ramp and then lock down in cold wallet, and then FTX US goes down,
So
and
you're talking
then
about cold wallet and Sub-Zero wins.
yeah, like what happens if the ledger company all of a sudden experiences a bankruptcy and they no longer support that ledger system?
What would be funny? It'd be, and this is the darkest thing I've never considered. What if like Ledger used the cold storage in leverage somehow? Like they used it as collateral.
Oh, and because you were using the device, it was actually just um, showing you the assets, so not showing you the leverage, and they were just leveraging the shit out of it. That's dark.
We now have enough information to know that whatever you hear or whatever you see is probably a lie if it's related to digital currency, right?
Yeah,
Like you're talking about a dude who testified in front of Congress
yeah.
as he was literally doing. You saw that? He's testifying to Congress while doing the opposite thing, while doing the same thing that he's pointing the finger at other people at.
What's
And
up,
he's doing
Web3?
that. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey guys. Yeah, you can.
We're going to put you in charge.
Can you do me a favor, Mike? Send me that CoLab link.
Which one? The most recent one with Manish?
Yeah, the one we worked on.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
appreciate it.
Mhm.
Yeah, but what you're talking about, I agree with it. Most everything, especially, you want to put your faith in things to be true, but unfortunately, um, most of the time, people show you only a piece of the truth to get you enticed. So.
Are you saying crypto is a belly dance?
I've gone in and out as a risk investment on it, uh, and I'm about as successful as my option trading, which in this last quarter sucks. So, I look at it from the standpoint that utility and all the things that they talk about and all the buzzwords. KC does a great job of it, and that when I see practical use, like a shovel is to dig a hole, then I will invest more. But until then, no, it's a risk play.
You know, I find it very insulting, and it's insulting to have such an obvious pitch put to you, and then it's maddening to watch that horrible pitch work across the board with so many people. That hurts.
Yeah, it's really strange how the psychic works. It's like magnet, and you know, through years of experience, I've seen that and been a part of it. You know, I had to pitch a startup, and pretty much go to the extreme, and you know the peaks and the valleys, and I like to be on the plane, and that way you can see way far, if you know what I mean. Hey.
You sound like CZ.
Ouch.
No, it's a good thing. You're still standing. You should see the ouch on the other side.
Well, I like being the devil's advocate when there's arguments. I love supporting an argument, but then having to play the role of the devil's advocate on it. And I always found those type of, when we get into design groups, and everybody's going, yeah, 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 and then you have that one in the room and everybody hates you for it, but you're in agreement with them, but you want to bring up alternative, reality. um,
What,
you know
what was that movie about the 12 jurors?
yeah, I know what I think. I remember. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Right? Like, oh, what was that movie? Like 12 Angry Men.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's the whole movie. That's like
I
Twitter Spaces, the 12 Angry Men.
to give you an example of that, I sat on a jury, let's say 2008, 9, somewhere in there, and it was on a armed robbery, and there was 10 whites and there were 2 blacks, and all of them were diverse and different, businesses, and worked at different things, had different careers, different type of work. And the gentleman that was being on trial was black, and he robbed a white lady in a parking lot. And we listened to all the the jury listened to all the testimony, and the testimony of everyone but the defendant matched. Okay. But the defendant gave his version of reality, and pretty much said the one of the guys that was with him who gave state's evidence testified of the fact, which matched the arresting officer and the woman and all that. Okay, we go into the jury room, we sit down, and the first thing we did was elect a foreman, and then immediately, no discussion, the foreman said, okay, well, let's vote. Well, 9 voted guilty, 2 voted not guilty, and I voted I don't know. And the 2 that voted not guilty were the black, and one of them was a teacher, and one was a guy that worked at the local business. And I gave an example because I knew that there was some bias, because the other black guy turned on his own buddy, because he didn't want to go up because of 3 strikes. And I had to foster debate, you know, and the one lady, she changed her mind. She said, going back over his testimony, you're right. And she said, well, I think he's guilty. But the black fella, he wouldn't change his mind. And I looked at him, I said, I respect your position. And then I told him I vote, guilty too. So it was a hung jury. We told the judge we couldn't get unhung. And so, we were told to go back to the room afterwards, and the judge said he wanted to come talk to us. The judge comes in, and the surprising thing is the guy was a sex offender. We couldn't be told that during the trial. and that he had not registered, and that he was not going to see a daylight for a while, and that he appreciated our due diligence and our job. But it was the interpersonal discussions during that whole thing about the facts. And then sometimes people don't want to see the facts. And that's what, when I went through that, you know, because I'm not biased either way. I've worked in environments where I was in the minority considerably. And I have many friends who are, you know, black. And I also have helped raise several young men and that way. And it's like the facts, people just want to put blinders on and not see it. And they want the happy moment. And that's what they hear, is that piece of happy moment. And that's what that whole story. Sorry it took so long. So.
I thought that was wonderful. I frequently think about what I've been stumbling across in terms of like, here, I'm just going to give people a little financial compass to help them guide their way. Nothing complex, not even unique, just presented in a way that might be helpful. That's not too much. That's simple. Simple thing. But because it strikes to the human psyche and our emotions and in our cultural norms and how we treat each other and how we value or devalue each other, it becomes incredibly complex quickly. It's very frustrating because there's this feeling of this unified feeling where everybody wants things to be fair and equitable, but the reality is so far off of that it's really challenging.
It's just like if people that, you know, somebody does a job for you and you agree to pay them, and they go and they do the job and then they never send you a bill. Most people would go, well, I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to forget about it. But to me, you know, people should pay that bill even though they haven't been sent a bill, you know, and that's what I've tried to do in a lot of situations, because I've had a lot of people come do work for me and never invoice me. And it's like, hey, you going to send me a bill, you know, or I already had a quote and I just sent them a check for the quote, that kind of thing, for, you know, a project we were working on. And, you know, that's, you know, being fair and honest is a hard thing in the world today. And you can have that with, but at the same time, you still have in the back of your mind, you know, is that, you know, is what's out there today eating at even that, you know, because I've had gentlemen that I could shake their hands and walk away and know most of them are deceased now, because, you know, I was younger and, you know, shook their hand and said, this is what we're going to do, this is what we're going to pay, and never had to worry about a thing. And that's what we did. And that was kind of a good thing. And then, you know, I got in the world, grew up, and found out a whole bunch of other stuff out there. There's people that want to take advantage of you, and that's a sad thing. That's like I'm trying to give Michael some money, and he won't tell me how to send it to him, so I'm gonna put it in an envelope, and I'm gonna send it to him that way. And then he's gonna have to find a foreign exchange. You know, they have to get it exchanged.
Well, here's the thing. I asked you if we could use Luna, and you said no. And then I asked you if we could use Celsius, and you said no. And then I said, what about Three Arrows Capital? He said, no, you can't use that. And I said, what about Voyager Digital? He says, no, you can't use that. What about FTX? He's like, no. Right? Like, we're running out of options. What are we going to do? Go back to Chib? Like some fucking idiots?
Yeah, I use Cash App and Square.
We don't have Cash App into Canada.
Do what?
We don't even have that. You
So
would think that.
Go ahead.
You would think that a decentralized currency would have options to send money between people on the same continent.
I can send Bitcoin.
No, look. it's either Bitcoin, Ethereum, or Dogecoin at this point.
Yeah.
You know, honestly.
Yeah, I prefer Bitcoin. I'm a real tight ass. I don't want to pay the fees on the Ethereum. So.
Well, exactly. Ethereum isn't really. I say Ethereum, but it's not really an option.
Yeah.
Right. So okay.
All right, you guys. I'm going to short circuit this. I can't be patient enough to watch you guys wander down the trail. What you got to do is you got to get your SafeMoon wallet set up, and then import your SATA mask, and then that way you can do a hyper transfer of micro cap coins to each other on the cheap. And
where were you 30 days ago?
Can you send me that in written form with diagrams and directions?
Oh, it's awesome. Just go to the SafeMoon. They got a whole education platform that'll walk you through step by step how to do it.
It's a circle, kind of like a snake eating its tail.
Yeah, very similar. Yes. And the reason the transfers become cheaper is because the value of what you have on the system just exponentially goes down. So the gas fees become lighter and lighter and lighter. It's beautiful.
Maybe I was like, what if like Ruben Web3 created Web3 coin, and I bought an hour of Web3's time?
Oh my!
I've thought about this. Like, what if I went around collecting Calendly
commitments, right? Like, for example, yeah.
So I go out and gather a couple dozen people, and then just have Ruben get to work tokenizing all of the Calendlys, and then I'll just start selling them without the people really knowing that they're being sold, and they'll just get an email for work.
Just very practically, let's say, because I have people that, I'll give you an example of how this could work. If a lot of people need Web3's help, they don't know they need Web3's help, but they really do. And they keep running into the same issues because they don't talk to Web3. Does that make sense? And so Web3's time, if I could extend that time to people, it would be worth money to them. And I would value it more if I knew I was sacrificing something. Does that make sense? I'd be like, okay, you know, instead of calling Web3, look, if I call them, I'm going to have to spend my Web3 coin or whatever. And I'd be like, okay, are you serious though? Maybe you need to pay me $200 so I can at least like cover my end of this thing. Maybe I would value his time more.
So this is easy to accomplish. You have a Ruben hour. You have Ruben go in and build it out for Web3. And for the mint, you put in, say, you know, 1,000 or 100 or whatever denomination you want of Web3 hours. And then you can effectively...
Okay, I have a live example. Okay, so you ready for this Web3?
Sure.
Okay. So you know how Zach wants to build the app that transcribes and records stories from parents, grandparents for the grandkids, blah, blah, blah?
Yeah.
So I have a recording of Zach asking the question, and he's confirmed from his mom and dad that they're going to answer the phone. I just don't know how to make the call. Does that make sense? So I was thinking that, hey, my Lulu, I was thinking that, how would you feel about whatever that money was? Instead of that, you show me and Zach over Zoom how to prototype this app. And you can force me to do all the work and laugh at me while I struggle with the command line.
Michael, I got too much fun out of laughing, but this will be really fun. Let me see what I can do on that, because it's a similar concept that I know I understand what he wants to do, and it's a real similar thought that I had because of the same thing, but to use it in a different way. It's like, to enter enter in certain basic information. It's like with what KC does, like financial help. But like, I get tired of having to go in and use traditional accounting software where you put information in. You gotta do the data entry, and even for just my personal stuff, I even hated it in business. I hated it, but I wanted a way of simplifying it, and it's like using a certain sequence of like, bank guarantee, guarantee bank, $250 Walmart, and it knows the date already. It knows my location, and I know that I've spent that. Instead of scanning a receipt, I just talk to it, and it's kind of the same thing. It's so I'll look into that because I've
Yeah.
been looking down that path.
So here's the idea. So basically, like you were gonna send me, whatever Juju coins, right? But instead of Juju coins, I'd rather have your time on Zoom where you laugh at me while showing us.
Barter system.
Yeah, exactly. So the barter system, because Zach wants to create this app. From what I've researched, I need to use the command line in Node.js to do it. You've been able to show me how to get it to this spot, but I know to be able to create the minimum viable prototype such that we get 10 stories from Zach's parents, I would require your assistance.
Okay, I'll take a look at it.
All right, sounds good. I'll tell Zach. And then what we can do is just get on the phone together, have some fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd value that more than us figuring out, whatever it is. Yeah,
I got you.
Yeah. You know what's funny? Here's Zach. So, all right, Zach, let me know when you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay, good. So this is inspired by KC because KC was like, "Hey, in exchange for me doing your spatial stuff with Ali, can you help me do some video editing?" And I was like, obviously we worked out a deal, whatever. But I was like, Web3 was going to send me some Jaja coins, right? And I was like, instead of sending me the Jaja coins, what if you helped me over Zoom with Zach in the background put together the minimum viable working prototype for the Zach memory idea, such that we can issue a call per day over the next 7 days with 7 different questions and record those?
I think what we call just right now, codename Captain's Log.
Captain's Log.
And that's CL. So that's command line. Okay.
That's really cute. Also, don't forget, Josh actually did this with my Popo, so you can ask him questions.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he made a documentary with my grandma just telling stories about her life because she's a motherfucker.
There you go. And Zach is the person who taught me how to edit video, so he just has the innate ability to do that.
That's my thing is like there's just so many people that you wish you could just like video record for years. But like imagine how your grandmother probably lost more memories than she told.
100%.
Yeah.
And she only would speak about some of them just because those memories were so painful. Like she got interned in a Japanese internment camp during the war.
Holy shit.
And the only story she would tell is that she felt blessed that her internment camp didn't sleep with little girls, so she could go sleep at night safe. I was like,
shit.
That's the only story you'll tell us? Okay, Popo, let's not go near those stories. Like,
yeah,
she had to hide her older sister in a cave just so that they wouldn't get her at her 12-year-old sister.
I mean, I'm also just thinking about the number of like Vietnam veterans that took their stories to the grave, like
right. Oh my god!
I don't want this 20 years of conflict to have the same output.
Word.
So
you know what? Maybe if we heard about our parents' experience with war, we wouldn't be so mean to each other.
Or so apt to just put ourselves into conflict over oil.
I mean, I feel like that's why some of me and my cousins work so hard, because my grandma would just call us pussies. She's like, "You've never been through life. Try harder." Like, you're right, Popo. I have not done what you've done in life. It's not that hard. You're right.
Yeah, I'm on Zapier right now, looking at the Twilio integrations, trying to see if there's an easy just Zapier put together for MVP, or if it's going to be a build out and then the front end is just the front end. Because
well, how it looks, how it functions is less important to me right now. One, because I think we can do it with Twilio. More, I just want to see, what are these stories like? I tried to send the video of Rev, but it did not work.
I also think understanding, like, let's say the questions, right? We really are going to need some sort of analytics on these questions. On average, get a 5 to 10 minute reply, which is X number of characters or verbal characters when transcribed. These questions get a much longer response, and these are even longer, right? Like, I feel like there are certain questions that, or maybe not, right? Like, maybe my book just ends up being 500 pages and somebody else's book just ends up being 200 pages, if they're just shorter. You have to make sure that the questions asked drive the type of responses that warrant the physical purchase.
It may be the case that people listen to highlights of the story more than they listen to the story itself in full form. You know,
well,
like this Rev story on stage is 20 minutes. But for me, it's 1 minute and 6 seconds.
I think it depends on the content in between, because if you look at any great movie or story, right, the editor needs, it essentially means we have to craft the story so that the editor doesn't need to do as much work as it would on a movie, cutting out all the stuff that doesn't add to the end product. However, you need to still leave in some of those little pieces that maybe add to the bigger concept of who the person is when you go to character development.
So what I'm doing is I'm going to put V21 at Zach. So because it was too big, that's what she said to upload to the Syndicate chat DM. I uploaded to YouTube. So that's version 21. Let me know what you think. But I know from Wortham that if you and look, I know that just from creating content, the hardest thing to find is a story worth telling. And if we have these stories worth telling and we can tell them in a short way, then we can be effective. With a small target market, that can be meaningful. Like literally, I'm not sure if I told you this, but when people were evacuating Ukraine, my friend Spooky knew of Nigerian and Ghanaian medical students in Sumy, Ukraine, on the western border of Ukraine and Russia. And over Twitter Spaces, the people came into the room, told their accounts. New York Times jumped into the room, interviewed them, and eventually they got out. And the group is still running to this day to make sure that the people get into a new school now that they're no longer doing med school in Ukraine. So, you know, the things that happen here are, they really happen.
Love it. I think it's just bold enough to get him to reach out. and not over the top where it kind of like paints him as like a martyr for the idea.
Okay, beautiful. Right. So I'll send it to. Oh fuck! How do I send it to Rev? I guess I can send it through the DM. Let me send that over to him. The last screen is okay, because that's what we were changing.
Yeah, no, I think that's perfect. Like I said, I think it's just enough where it doesn't seem like we're pandering.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. I'm gonna send him the video, and then send him a link to the space.
You said it's too big to go onto Twitter?
No, it's the Syndicate chat DM rejected it.
Oh wait, I'm verified, so maybe I'm able, because I have Twitter Blue now. So it says I'm able to load larger videos.
So if you're Twitter Blue, I'd rather you upload it.
Yeah, because I hop up earlier in people's, especially if I mention them.
Yes. So I'm uploading the original high quality file, which is about 125 megs, to Google Drive. I'm going to send you the link now. You're kind of like in a different caste system with the blue check, eh? How does it feel, by the way?
Well, how do you even know if I have a blue check or not?
I can see it beside your name.
Oh, you see blue.
Yeah.
For me, it turns up white.
Maybe that's just to represent your race more than your.
No, for me, I don't see blue checks anymore. All I see are white checks.
Oh, hold on. Let me send you something in your DM. This is how it looks for me.
Yeah. All I see are white checks. Maybe everyone that is Twitter Blue sees white checks. Go to Calcanis and see if Calcanis has a blue check.
Okay, one sec. So what I'm sending you right now, you're gonna post this right now?
Hold on.
I'm sending you the Google Drive for the Rev video. I want to get that out and off our plate.
All right. So if you go to so dark mode shows them all as white. Got it. So let me switch off dark mode. So if you have dark mode on, you can't tell the difference between a verified person or a non-verified person.
I have dark mode on.
You have dark mode on?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm still showing up as blue?
Yeah. I sent you the picture.
And I don't. And Zach, when I look at your profile, I don't see a check at all.
You don't?
Mm-mm.
Are you using iPhone or Android?
iPhone.
I'm Android.
So hey, Mike, go to Calcanis and tell me if his is blue, and then go to Jocko Willink and tell me if his is white. Because Calcanis
Jason is white.
Jason is white?
Yeah. Jocko is white.
Oh, so for me, when I go to Calcanis's page and Jocko's, they both turn up as white. But if I click on Calcanis's name again, it tells me that he's verified because of Twitter Blue, not because of being a verified person. But if I go to Jocko, it shows as verified person.
Yeah, it's a bit buggy. Because if I go to your profile, I don't see a check. I put it in the Syndicate group. So in the space, I see the check. But when I go to your profile, you'd think the check would be there. It's not.
Interesting. Huh.
Android. All right, so I sent you the Google Drive.
What about Sandra's?
Sandra?
Yeah, Sandra's check mark.
Let me look. I don't see one.
Huh, I see one, and it says she's verified as a Twitter Blue member. And I bet you it's got to be some sort of weird, like, just they're working out the bugs for Twitter Blue.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I was thinking about this the other day. How is it possible that all of Twitter is still working with a skeleton crew of half of its staff?
I mean, I'm interested in. Well, they're trying to hire back a lot of the people that they have fired. Actually,
That to me, that's it's kind of Zach. It's kind of like your cooks and your bottle washers and and your front end guys and then your lead. This is kind of like weeding out some of the guys who just drive the trucks and the back end people who don't have a direct impact. That the people that they brought in enough team of engineers to probably get a grasp of the infrastructure, because that would be the first thing to really get a look at is how bad it is. And then you're going to keep a few key people there to keep it running and fight fires. But then everybody else that's the creative side that's addressing future issues or future development, those are all the guys that probably got scraped.
So Web3 of
the
the whole
painters, the window washers, those kind of guys.
Of the whole company, do you think most of the DevOps people kept their jobs? Okay, so that'll be, long story short, that'll be the next step. I'll talk to Web3, we'll get on a Zoom, design the minimum viable prototype that we can use to collect 7 stories over 7 days. And then we will have the first working prototype.
cool. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call a couple more family members and see if they would be interested in speed testing.
Can you imagine how cool it would be? Imagine this. Imagine grandma tells a story about your mom, right? About how when she was 12 years old, she did this. And then we say, hey, mom, grandma told us a story about how when you were 12 years old, you did this. And she's like, oh, yeah, I remember that. And then she tells her side of that story.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a way to compound stories and collect.
If you could have stories overlap, then you're building history, but a family's history.
Yeah. And in real time, so you're not waiting, like I think I posted a tweet to you. Who was it? I think Alex Hormozy tweeted this thing about, he was like, the thing I miss about Facebook is how it curated and collected family histories. Back when people first started on it, they were worried about you knowing what they were doing. Now it's just a place for people to bitch and moan and not actually say I'm doing anything.
He's like, you hear how you're like, we can hear your daughter running around in the background, running amok.
Yeah.
I think your daughter is going to want to hear that when she gets older. Be like, what were you like when you were a kid? Oh, I'll show you. We want to listen.
Well, I think that people collect family videos on their phone more now than ever, and family photos, right? Like no one has photo books. They just have their phone filled with photos, but they're not telling the story when they post them. They're just writing some sort of inspirational quote or content to associate with it. Hold on, that's my dog. I think she's got to go to the bathroom.
It's almost like the command line is like a horror movie.
Did you send me the link? I had to
sorry.
reset my password to get into Twilio.
Collab, research, quick start. I think it's this one. Ugh, I should name it something else. Where is his magic? So he did that. Okay, this is it. So I'm gonna rename this. Assembly AI on Google Colab. Functionality exploration. So we go copy, look through the code, make sure the API keys. Okay, so let's go to Assembly AI. Refresh the API.
I have one of those. I can cut and paste.
Yeah. Let me just see. It's always good hygiene. Do. Google Colab hygiene. Make sure you delete your API key. All right. I got the link. Let me go to the DM. Bang. All right. So now you have it.
I love updating. I just updated my Mac to the latest security update,
Mm-hmm.
and on my Docker, on my dock, my Safari has disappeared.
Well,
I'm sitting there going, "It's
well,
not hard to find. I got to do is search, but geez."
well, they're just trying to keep you more secure by preventing you from using the internet.
Yeah.
It's on the high security setting by default. That's
Yeah.
the highest. What's the highest security setting? Just don't. You want secure? Just don't.
I wonder why, for some people, I can't see the blue check mark. Whoever is verifying now, I am not able to see.
Are you seeing mine?
I don't see yours.
You don't see that?
No, I don't see yours.
Aw,
Yeah. Jeff just sent me a
what
message
the
too.
hell?
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, I haven't updated. That's why I came up, because Webb said he loves updating. I was like, oh, that's probably why. Because maybe I'm not running on an older version of Twitter. Who knows? Because that's it. So far, it's been 3 check marks that I can't see. And not original. They're all the new ones. Like whoever's signing up now is the one I can't see.
Well, I invited Elon, so we can just ask him ourselves.
Oh, did you see him being like funny how people are bitching on Twitter about Twitter? It's like, didn't you make this the hotline, dude? 1-800
Pick up the
Twitter.
phone. Pick up the phone.
Bling bling.
Does anyone go on Clubhouse anymore?
Yes.
When? Because I see everyone in Twitter. When do people have time for Clubhouse?
Clubhouse has much better. This Syndicate's like the only place, or like somewhere else I go fuck around. But like Clubhouse is actually stuff going on, like auditing, educational.
Well, I mean, that I think is just based on how you've derived your content. Like,
well, like Mel, like when you say educational, like what kind of spaces on Clubhouse do you go to for education?
Maybe quantum physics. There's a couple people that I listen to. There's a girl, Cecil. I like her rooms. She has like a lot of like scientists and doctors. Anytime people start talking about the fucking vaccine, I'm like, I dip, because I'm like, I don't want to hear it any more of that, you know. But when they're talking about like other stuff, you know. Yeah, I'm my phone. I'm actually proud that I haven't been online as much this past week. So, but I've been this week for sure. I've been over there more than here. What were you saying, Zach? That you don't know where people find the time if they're sticking around over here?
no, I just see a lot of people. The people I hear talking about Clubhouse are talking about it on Twitter, and I'm like, where do people have the time to be on both of these social audio apps? Like, I don't even have the time to be on Twitter, and that's the only thing I do for social media is Twitter. So like if you see me on here, like that's the only free time I have to be on social media. So like I don't know. It's just strange the amount of time people are in social audio spaces. And I just don't know if it's a like I've said, is it a statistical anomaly? Like the people who would be on spaces would always just be on spaces / Clubhouse.
Yes.
And that's not going to grow because there's no video component like TikTok has, or it's too long form for them.
Well, a lot of people. I mean, a lot of people do multitasking. No, they're on here and they're working, or they're developing software. They're on their computer working or gambling. Twitter is a gambling place. You know, like it's where you hear the buzz of where you should go and do. You know, so it's always in the background.
I just don't. I maybe it's just me personally, but I prescribe to the idea that the loss of switching between and multitasking doesn't actually exist.
Yeah.
Like so, like that's if I'm not on here, I'm working. If I'm on here, I'm not. I'm working on something that doesn't really matter.
Right.
So, not saying that this project doesn't really matter, guys, but I'm just saying is it's not like a priority for me versus like this is a cool idea that I think could grow and scale and be awesome, but
yeah, it's not your immediate income stream provider. So
yeah, you know, I think that like we find the right execution end, this could be a big company, but I don't think it's worth putting all the eggs in the basket. So I'm coming up with a timeline of events of like how it would work if we were to say like pursue it longer term. So like customer finds landing page, signs up for free service, question mark, what is free service? Customer gets the first phone call and submits answer. Customer gets email transcription of that phone call with blank pages where all they have to do is just put in the pictures from their phones, like from their phone, and now it goes into the database. And you can set it up for, like, maybe the free service is just once a month of calls, and all you get is the transcript, and then you have to buy the book. Maybe the paid service is like you get the transcript, the photos, and then you get one book, but any additional books are paid. Maybe it's you don't get to keep the audio files. All it is a document transcript in your file. So, like, if you ever wanted to do a search bank of audio files, your family doesn't get to hear the audio. It's just texts, transcripts. And you can upgrade to the audio files for audiobooks and like audio captures, video. I don't know. I'm just kind of popping off.
I need to hurry up. Get my pants on. Oh,
Web3, the collab notebook looks good for the transcription.
Okay, I'll take a look at it.
I wonder if Twilio transcribes. Twilio
It does.
transcribe voice call. I wonder how they do it. Pre-built transcribe entire phone calls with Twilio. Man, honestly, if I can learn this stuff from you, Web3, about how to use this fucking command line, which is like the language of Neo from the Matrix, this code isn't that complicated. I just don't know how to use Node.js on the command line.
Well, using the command line and using Node.js or Python on the command line it's not difficult. It's because what you're doing is really the same thing, but you're doing it line by line. And sometimes you string everything together, a bunch of things on one line that end up giving you the same results as several lines of code in the in the Python. So
I'll tell you why. So, for example, this is really in the weeds about this, but it's like, okay, so let's say we play a voice clip of Zach asking a question. Then, do we have to design a listening agent that makes sure we don't cut off grandma or grandpa, Or do we have to play the voice clip and then press the thing that goes beep, and then they start speaking into what's essentially a voicemail that
you're gonna
lasts,
have to have you're gonna have to have an interaction where you respond back. That's what I'm reading right now. I'm looking at some of the documentation. I'm on lunch right now, so I'm taking a look at it.
Okay, good. Web3's on the case. Do. All right, so Zach,
because basically what you're trying to do is initiate. You want to be able to initiate the call, and that request will be generated. We're not worried about how it's generated, but we'll pass it through, and get it to make the call, answer the call, record what the answer is, and then respond back once the call ends, to let you know that it's been recorded. And then I got to figure out or look at it and see how they handle that audio component, if they do that. And I'm not to that point yet. So
consider step zero. So step zero is where the call is initiated to a specified number, And that could either be at a specified time or a time that we dictate because we click execute.
Have you seen Community? Have you subscribed to anyone's Community?
Yes, but I don't check them. I mostly do it because they're a friend of mine. They asked me to.
No. I'm saying is like the text messages from Community. So like Gary V, you can go on Gary V's website and get Gary V's cell phone number. And when you text it, you get a text that says, "Hey, thanks for joining my community. This is the first text is automated. Everything after this will be directly from me, Gary V. Please add this as me in your contacts list." And so when I add Gary V into my contacts list, I get a text message whenever Gary V sends one to his quote unquote community. We all get like it's like a mass text messaging.
Yeah, it's a group text.
Yeah, it's just one big group text.
Mm-hmm.
And like when you text back to it, you'll get a reply, right? And so the question is like when someone signs up, all it needs to do is go into a log of they signed up for the gold plan. So once a month on the day they signed up, on their anniversary of sign up, when they pay their $2.99, 24 hours after payment, they get a phone call that says, "Hey, whatever, here's your question of the day," right? And then it records their question of the day. Hell, this is even a great Amazon Alexa integration where Alexa would just rings off at one point during the day and says, "Are you ready to answer your question of the day?" And you just answer it to her. And then it records it and does everything from there. But like and then it's just, on your 24 hours after you've made your monthly payment, it just asks you the question that will be recorded. That'll be recorded and then put into the transcription sent to you with spots for pictures that you can put in based on what happened that week, right? Like I could put in pictures of that I just took today of Nora playing with her little wooden taco kit in her little kitchen, because that's what we've been playing with all week since I've been dad by myself, and she's just pushing me around laughing as she's pushing me. Okay, she's trying to drag me now. But
yeah, they're great doing that.
Yeah, she's trying to drag me into her room. Okay, but yeah, like, right, is like the transcription then gets like collected, and then, hey, here's the book for 2022, right? Or we can set it where once it has a certain number of pages, it auto sends, "Hey, you've reached your page maximum for the free trial. Your book would cost X. Do you want to buy it, or do you want to upgrade for more pages?" Something like that. I don't know.
What would be interesting too is imagine you had a call to your grandma or grandpa and said, "Hey, grandma, grandpa, Nora has a message for you," and Nora just speaks into the phone.
Or if you're the next level up of the paid subscription, you can just send the call to someone else. Like, I don't want to answer this month. I want my brother to answer a question for the book for 2022. But then now you are using your own customers and their need to ask questions of others around them to now drive your own sales funnel of now your brother's information is in your system.
All right, Carly.
Well, Web3's on the case. Now that I know he's on the case, this is all but like we will be able to get to. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna say it. Web3's on the case. Like Python Perry Mason.
All right, Web3's on the case. I'll sign up for investor meetings for next week. Let's.
I'll dive into it and give you my feedback. Remember, you're sending me to a new playground I hadn't played in a while, so things have changed. So let me get I know where the course needs to be and the direction we need to go, and then I got to get the how can I put this? I got to figure out a way of being able to get Mike to be able to see the light of command line. So,
you know what? When it comes to this stuff, when the why is big enough, the how starts to matter a lot less. Does that make sense? So it's like we didn't start with the black screen of death. We started with the gray screen of death with Google Colab. So I'm gradually, being brought down into the depths of Neo land.
You're actually riding on top of the surface. You don't want to go any further down.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave C and assembly.
APIs are really, probably in the last 3 years, 4 years, APIs have gotten that's the avenue of connecting your resources without giving up the keys. And then, hey, these people want to make these requests, they need this information, that's a way of a revenue stream, and that's the reason why APIs become, prevalent in most major providers. They'll give you, like with Twitter, they give you all kinds of capability on the tweet side, but on the actual spaces side, they're very limited on what they provide you. So it's like, there are a lot of good tools, and then there's no tools. So they let you go and build your own, your own shed, your own car, that kind of thing. So.
I mean, at another level, it's interesting just that we can go through this process. So Zach can identify an opportunity. He can, share that opportunity as a conceptual idea to see if there's traction. And if there is, we can execute the first minimum viable prototype and execute on that. Now, it may turn out that nobody likes it. Nobody's interested in it. It may turn out that everyone's interested. It'll probably be somewhere in between. But if we can get it from ideation to actual user feedback, you will have gone farther than most ideas.
Yeah, it's like in the environment I work in. It's good we have a concept. We initially, helicopter it. From experience, we know that it's going to take certain things and certain, skills and certain abilities from different companies. And instead of interacting with all of them from that experience, we do a preliminary creation of the concept and, put a little detail to it, but not a lot. And then, it's usually what we call preliminary engineering. And we can come up with, a swag of the value of the cost of what we feel the engineering will require, and then also the cost of the project itself. So, it's a way of coming, but it's like we call those 30% swags. And sometimes they're 50%, sometimes they're 100%, but it's a swag. It's a, scientific wild ass guess. And that's
Also,
what we do. Yeah.
And I'm okay with being like, okay, so every day at the same time, someone has to go into Twilio and press this button. We don't need to automate everything.
Yeah, but you define, that's like with Zach's varying functions that he wants to do. You don't have to tie them all together and make them work. You just have to prove that it will give you that functionality. And if it gives you that functionality, then you either do a simple course like you did with the transcription. You do that simple type of steps to say that it proves that, hey, I talked to it, it sends me that response back, the audio is sitting over here, or hey, text me this back, text me that back, whatever, whatever he's requiring. But the first step, like what we're looking at, is grandma or grandpa responding to a call, and then what can we access that audio, and in what form will it be, and then that's another segment of putting all these other little pieces together. So
A little bit of Python is a dangerous thing. It really is.
yeah, it's Python, Node.js. It's really the APIs of what is how you get to it. Like they use PHP, they also use Swift. They use a lot of different things. It's the API functionality, and that's what
I
that's
will
what I'll
say
have to drill down into and read a little bit more about, because I'm not. They've added a lot more functionality and features than when I was doing with just SMS. And that was 10 years ago. So
I find that Twilio has a really good docs. Like, they were very specific.
yeah, the documentation that I've looked at so far, um, they seem to um, have a lot of varying code access, which means that they've done a lot of detail. And the detail is on point. You're not going to run into any issues if you follow their guidance. And then if you vary off course, then you're going to have to adjust the code to make it do what you want it to do. So
I have a question. If someone is blocked by an individual, can they see a tweet between me and that individual? I'm gonna post a tweet in the Syndicate chat. Mike, tell me if you can go to it. It's gonna be my tweet.
Okay. Sometimes it'll say this user limits who can see their tweets. I can see it.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. So it says you're unable to view this tweet because this account owner limits who can view their tweets.
Okay. Because I'm replying to Amy's tweet and not Jason's tweet. So
I see Mark Andreessen, the godfather of tech.
Amy's asking about me paying for Twitter Blue. And I just replied to her.
I don't understand. And I just replied to her.
Interesting.
All right. So, Rev, you think we're good to go?
do what?
For Zach. Rev.
Oh. Yeah, it's a different. It's one of the other projects. Yeah, no, I think we're 100% good to go. Did you send that to me? You said.
Yeah, you should, in your Twitter DM, you should have a Google Drive link.
All right. Well, I'm going to drop off. Lunch is over. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, I have the Google Drive link. I don't know how to. Wait, maybe
on your mobile? If you're on your mobile, can you go to the top right-hand corner and click on the three dots?
Let's see. Just Google Drive link. Three dots. Details.
You see download?
Nope. It just gives me. Oh, I have download. Download anyway. Hopefully this isn't a virus. Oh, my dog. She hears your voice and it says there's an intruder in the house. Open in iMovie or more. Save video. Air to save to files. Save to files.
Yeah, because you're going to have the higher the video quality now, too. That's the key.
Chrome, iMovie, iScanner. Let's see. iCloud Drive. Let's do desktop. Save. All right, now let's go to my tweets and add. How do I add a video? Let's see. Not camera doesn't do it. Poll doesn't do it, obviously. All right, I can't find video on here. Do you know how to put? Anyone know how to post a video onto Twitter?
Oops. I guess I was on mute. When you go create tweet, there's a icon that allows you to add an image or a video from your camera roll.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, I'm going to leave my speaker on. I'm going to read you the tweet. At Elon, at Jason, here is the power of this platform. And here is why I'm okay with change, but a change that moves towards a better future. At Rev should let you know how he leveraged at Twitter for his survival, because that's how you make it great, in my honest opinion. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's I think what we're doing in focusing on the reply threads is one of the most effective things that we can do on Twitter. People think tweeting is effective. No. Talking to people in their posts is effective.
Yes. And that's so I'm going to add a status of let's see. Living the dream, good morning, counting down, so wholesome. Twitter, do your thing. That's it. That's the tweet.
What about adding a GIF?
I can't because I'm already added the video.
Well, actually, like you can still add other media, but you're talking about this for Rev.
Yeah. I'm writing.
Yeah.
I have the video. This is the tweet with the video.
Nice.
So that's what I'm thinking. I just got to figure out which one of these. Which one?
One sec. Test them on Allie because Allie's an impartial third party. One sec. All right, Allie, we're testing something on you.
Okay.
All right. So here's the premise. Remember the Rev video about him using Twitter to get off the streets in Chicago? So what is the text that associates that video?
What do you mean? Like,
So
there's a blurb that goes with this video? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah. So imagine like if we were going to post it, it would be something like that where that's the video. And then you would have like, the text about the tweet.
Oh, you definitely have a poopy diaper. All right, let me change this poopy diaper. I'm going to put myself on mute.
Yep.
I'm listening.
I'm thinking. What's the purpose of what we're doing with this video? Are we just trying to get likes, follows? Are we trying to, what is the point of posting this video? That's what I think.
As the Twitter platform is monetized, how do we not exclude people on the street like Rev who may be able to use Twitter to get off the streets? What Rev was able to do is go to Starbucks when the shelter was closed and not only use Twitter, but share his art and his photos. And someone saw the photos, saw his art, believed in him, and helped him basically get off the streets. How do we make sure that Rev's story is still possible today, even as Twitter is getting monetized?
So you think that eventually we're going to have to pay for Twitter?
Right now, if you want to keep your verification badge checkmark, like look at that.
He's so cool.
No, it still doesn't show here.
We're working on it.
Yeah, they're working on it. Right?
But you think that the check mark will exclude certain people? Oh, wait, sorry, continue. So you think that it's going to go towards having to pay for it in general?
One of what you just alluded at is one of the speculations. So the question is, for people for whom $8 is maybe too much for them, do they still have a voice on Twitter? How do we preserve that? How might we start the conversation?
Yeah, because I think I paid for the blue check because I have the privilege to do it. But Rev, when he was homeless, did not have that privilege, and therefore, would he have been able to become not homeless because of Twitter in today's Twitter? Because he doesn't have said check mark, or is that going to change things? So,
well, for the record, I mean, if I could give E. Rich a blue check mark, I would.
He have a check mark, the equivalent check mark when he was homeless?
No.
How is day 3 going? Or episode 3 going?
Rev still does not have a check mark to this day.
Actually, we're building a Twilio app for Zach now.
Yeah, it's my other little idea that I thought was kind of cool. I was like, how would we build this? I think the tweet is going to need to be a thread where I expand on it and say, would someone like Rev have been able to become not homeless without paying the $8 for the blue check mark? I have the privilege of affording it. He still doesn't have one. How do we make this situation still possible in an $8 Twitter world?
Ali brings up a good point. Go ahead.
No, I just wonder if a thread like that would be too meta, and if you just need to tug at the heartstrings and say something like,
well, so the first,
the
video is posted, and so the video is kind of heartstring pulley, and then the tweet is, hold on, let me bring it up. So the first tweet is at Elon, at Jason. Here is the power of this platform, and here is why I'm okay with change, but a change that moves towards a better future. At Rev should let you know how he leveraged at Twitter for his survival, because that's how you make it great, in my opinion. Then the next page is maybe the less heartstringy part of it, and then we go from there. I have a little 2-year-old throwing things at me because she's so mad that I changed her diaper.
I think they've talked about the pricing of it, though, for people who can't afford it.
Okay, and what did they say?
I don't know.
But that's the thing, right? Is like, it's not about the pricing for people who can't afford it. It's, does a future where someone who's homeless can become unhomeless because of Twitter even exist?
But I think it's like housed and unhoused now.
I wonder if using a word like inclusivity and like using that to draw it in and be like, are we losing inclusivity if we have to, if certain parts of the population can't afford this? Listen to Rev's story.
That's great.
We can talk about inclusivity by using exclude as a more.
So it's the Sneetches argument, right? The star-bellied Sneetches.
Is that from Battlestar Galactica?
No, shut up! It's Dr. Seuss, you jackass.
I mean, so I think that, so Elon brings up a good point where he said that the reason why he wants an $8 check mark is because we fought a war over the classism of, individuals who have this one check mark, their words mean more, whatever. The Sneetches argument. I feel like we're just adding a different Sneetch. Is like, there's those that were previously verified, those that are Twitter Blue verified, and those that are unverified.
So episode 3 is going well?
Oh, we're just trying to focus on this tweet and trying to figure out if it's a what's the right way to put it out.
Have you seen
the video?
Definitely Allie's version is definitely, I think, going to be received better than the first one.
By who?
I just didn't like the way "not homeless" sounded, just from like a content, like words next to words standpoint.
Can you text me it, because I have a screaming 2-year-old in my ear? Can someone just DM it to me?
Yeah.
Want it to be like, you don't want to use negative words like exclusivity.
Mm-hmm.
You want to use words like inclusive. So are we losing inclusivity by monetizing this? Something like that. Do you know what I mean?
But I like the idea of us bringing it more into meat body, because to me, inclusive or even exclusive is like, it's a concept, right? If anything, I think we could be more effective by saying 5 words or 10 words rather than a paragraph.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but didn't I say it in like 5 or 10 words?
So what would you say? Say it one more time.
I don't remember what I said. It's a loss of inclusivity. Does monetizing lose inclusivity, especially to those who can't afford it? That's not the right words, but that's what I was getting at. Does monetizing lose the inclusive? Do we lose? How many people did? Yeah, you know what I mean.
I understand.
Because you want to like pick the buzzwords of today and like what are people actually caring about right now?
Just the intent is not for them to like see it and go, oh, this is just another argument. The reason is for them to try and reach out to Rev and hear his story. Like, I don't give honestly, unfortunately, tactically, I don't give 2 craps about they're going to do whatever they got to do to make a profit, right?
No, I know. That's why I was asking what the intent was
The
of the
intent
video.
is for them to reach out to Rev and either hear his story and or potentially even more is to leverage it so that he can get it more out there, because if Rev's story is leveraged, it helps him because he's still struggling. So we can what, Rich?
I'm so sorry to interrupt it. So can he not get verified?
I don't know if he's tried or if he just can't. I haven't dug into that. I don't know if he has the number of needed like documents, because you need so many like publications and things verified.
Maybe I'm just confused on the project here. But I did send you the language in the DM.
Oh, this is just another side thing where we found someone who's talented and just said, wow, your story is really, why isn't it out there? Why aren't they talking about this when they talk about the haves and the have-nots with Twitter? Why aren't they like, you have a pretty good understanding of what Twitter can be or how it can be leveraged? And, you speak very well. It's just because he just doesn't try to put it out there, and so we're just helping him put it out there.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, we send you our top suggestions of the titles. Go ahead, Ali.
Well, monetizing Twitter take away its power from changing lives.
Okay.
Boom. See, that's why I'm trying to figure out what the point of this tweet like.
Will monetizing Twitter take away
its power to change people's lives?
No, I think we need to monetize it, but we need to monetize it with the understanding that it already has this power. We have to monetize it in the right way. Like, I'm all for monetizing it. It's how we need to monetize it with the knowledge that how did people leverage it before to get out of situations, and now how do we make that greater?
So I sent you my suggestion. You have E-Riches. I sent you Ali's. This is how I phrased it, because maybe we can generate comments by asking a question that people respond to. I like that aspect of it.
So you guys think that just that one line and then the video and nothing else?
If we're playing probabilities and I have to place a bet, I like the idea of asking a question.
What was the question?
Yeah.
Will it? I mean, and maybe even just like further in the question and assuming it will, so how will monetize it?
It's an opinion on it, right?
Or is that too much of an opinion on it?
I think it's too much of an opinion on it. How will versus will? I like will, because then people can say yes or no, and then you have the Trevor's axiom.
What about at Jason, at Elon? Have you talked with at Rev about how he already monetized at Twitter before you even thought of it?
So many words.
Yeah, my vote is
my
will
question
monetize.
is, are they going to read the words? If it's too short, are they even going to watch the video?
Well, my assumption is that they'll watch the video if there's enough attention paid by other people first.
I think a tease would be good there, like something that like intrigues them enough.
I mean, if you want to put it in the tease, it could be something like, "Hey, Elon, and whoever the other person who said, have you ever thought of monetizing Twitter this way?" And then show the video like at Rev.
Did you see the Doja Cat changed his name to Christmas, and he tweeted out, "Hey, Elon, I can't change my name now. I don't want Christmas forever." And Elon tweeted back, "They're working on it." So he does read those things, but I think that I think that some sort of tease is better. Yeah.
Say it again, Ali.
Hey, Elon, have you ever thought of monetizing Twitter this way?
The video doesn't talk about how he monetized it. Will they reach out without saying, reach out if you want to know more?
Well, the thing is that the video shows him charging $75 for his artwork, though. I included that tweet from 2011, 2010.
Right. And a link tree. Is there a link tree in the videos section? And then also put the rest of it in the video section?
He doesn't have any of that. That's why I'm saying is this guy just needs, he doesn't have all of that. He's just Rev.
I'm just saying, in the video, though, it shows him posting his art for $75.
Or a link tree. Well, so what's his handle?
It's
let me put it at the top. At Rev Mac Live. All right, it's up there.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna look at it. I've got a meeting in 2 minutes, but I'll see y'all later. Wait, is it the one that says money BTC?
Oh, no. It should be in the top of the name of the space. That's just a cartoon. Hey, Ali, you want to see the funniest thing on Twitter today?
Incredible.
Well, the most important thing is we have Web3 on the Twilio case. So, Ewich, your Ahmed was good.
It was great. He's going to send me something which is really good, which is a quote, which I want. And then
Nice.
I
He's
met
a
with
smart guy, eh?
he's a genius. I met
Oh
with
my
the
God.
potential investor like right before I came in here, and then I'm meeting with my attorney at 2. So I'm going to hop on this client call. I'll see you guys later.
All right.
Bye.
Hello. Always. Tried to perform that one.
Hi, how are we?
We're building out Zach's idea. You remember his idea?
Which one?
Yeah, that's a good question, right? The one about like calling grandma and grandpa and getting them to tell you stories that you then
That's
record
great.
and share with the rest
That's
of
a
the
great
family.
idea. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he's calling it a code name Captain's Log.
Captain's Log. Yeah.
So Web3 right now, I learned a bit of Python enough to, allow me to do other things, right? And so Manish knows what he's doing with code. Web3 knows what he's doing with code. So Web3 is going away, figuring out how it works. And then the fun is when he teaches me how to do it and we record everything and he watches me fail and bang my head against the wall. That's entertaining for him. So
I wonder what it's like watching you bang your head against the wall, getting to that point where you feel like you have to.
Well, the thing is, like, when you're learning how to code, you have to learn how to get up from your chair and walk away, which is very difficult.
Yeah.
Getting up and walking away, being like, okay, I figured out how to do that. Time to walk away. Where's my cup of coffee?
Yeah.
So, but it's good. You never know how, like, a little bit of Python can open up windows of opportunity.
Well, it gets you to create. Like, you get to play God in a sense, don't you?
Kind of.
In this new dimensional world that we're constantly caressing and entangling with. Gets you to play more in this dimension, allows you to, gives you more power. Do you feel like you have more power?
Yes, because I can take an idea into physical reality very quickly.
Rapid man.
I have to wait for nobody. And the thing is, like, oh, you know what it is? It's the fucking stone soup.
The stone soup.
You ever hear the story of the stone soup?
Oh, this is the one where is this like where they keep adding ingredients into it? No.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of. Like, man is starving, goes to a village to beg, somebody gives him food. Goes to a different village to beg for food because he's really hungry at this point. Nobody gives him food. Goes to a third village, decides to switch it up. And he takes a pot, fills it with water, puts a fire on, and then puts a stone into the center of the water that's boiling. People ask him, what are you doing? He says, I'm building a stone soup. They say, can we have some? He says, sure. All you have to do is add an ingredient. So what we're doing is operationalizing this idea of a stone soup. Okay, so you have a stone, which is an idea. Great. Well, if I have this ingredient and you have those ingredients, maybe we might all have dinner tonight.
Oh, okay. Great one. Very good. Stone soup. The think tank. From within the think tank is a swirl pool of resources and a stone.
Sometimes the stone hits people in the head, knocks them unconscious.
Some people sometimes don't like the taste, so they leave. But then they wonder what's going on. Maybe if I come back later, it'll taste different. So then they come back and they take a sip and they like what they're tasting. So they decide to hang around a little, maybe have a chat. Mm-hmm. It's Stone Soup. Did I tell you I ran into um, a gentleman who practices ancient Chinese medicine while I was on my travels?
Oh, get out.
Yeah, so it was at the Halloween street party that was on in the town that we were in visiting at the time. So everyone was dressed up and walking around, and there was this guy in this really, you know, uh, I guess it was Chinese with a funny sort of vertical type hat on, and I shook his hand, and then he offered to take my pulse for free, and I'm like, okay. And then he proceeded to tell me about all the ailments and things that I had in the past, like all sorts of things. And I was blown away by it. I'm like, how the fuck does this guy know what? How's he able to do that just by checking my pulse? I was a bit surprised, but really curious too. And then he swapped hands. He said, oh, I could swap hands. Then he started to check my pulse again. And he told me about all the conditions that I was, and side effects and things like that was happening at the moment with me. And I'm like, this is crazy. He's just doing this from the pulse. This can't be. I just didn't know what was going on. So from my head, I'm sort of thinking, coming from rural areas, I'm getting punked, or they've taken a photo of me, or they've hacked my data. I don't know. But yeah, I took his card and I rang him, and I thought, with what we're doing with the voice acting group, and we've got a little chat group there, and people are still interested in keeping it going. And I was seeing if they were interested, like still using that time slot, if they're not doing anything with Potenza or anything like that. Just creating little opportunities where we can sort of continue on with that. And I was wondering if it's a good idea to bring him in and sort of interview him on it, and just sort of think up of sort of these questions like this ancient Chinese medicine, where they're able to do these types of things and just talk about concepts and things like that. Like, what are we foregoing as human beings as we continue to evolve? We're developing all this technology, but there's these mystical things that science can't explain at times, and then all of a sudden science does explain it. And these technologies, not technologies, but these cultures from the past that have already learnt it like thousands of years ago, things like that happen. There's examples of that we see. Like apparently there's a scripture somewhere that the Buddhists were able to meditate to a point where they, learnt about the body to the depth of understanding we're made up of atoms in a way. I've never read the scripture. I don't know how to fact check something like that, but it's something that the Buddhists boast about at times, I think. So yeah, I just thought it might be an interesting topic, just to break the echo chamber of things. Talking to someone, he's one of 5 people in Australia who practice it, and but I don't know how his conversational skills are. I've spoken to him 2 times now. But yeah, I just thought that might be something for the voice group and anyone else in the syndicate, popping in, talking to this guy, see what comes of it. I know it's not.
Or you could create a show. You could call it a pilot episode of your podcast.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to do podcasts. I don't know. I just, I don't believe I have the desire, motivation, or knowledge on how to keep a conversation flowing. I'm not sure. But you're right. I could do an episode on the pod and create a podcast. I mean, everyone's doing podcasts, right? It doesn't really. What interests me is these types of spaces. So where you get interesting people in, and then anyone who wants to listen can engage to a point. Do you know what I mean? I listened to that
that it becomes a podcast as soon as you have the MP3 of the interaction. Does that make sense?
But
you know, and people don't listen to the podcast; they listen to clips
yeah,
at a time. You know, and it's not to say that you need a podcast. It's just like I find that you create the content, you record it, then you leverage that content, and like we're doing with Rev, make a
Yeah.
video.
Well,
right?
It's also a different demographic of types of podcasts, right? Because you get those Joe Rogan podcasts that go for 3 hours or whatever, but then they do little clips and release them on YouTube as well. So there's like a demographic. So they also add as a bit more of a intro. So they take all those little interesting things and go, here's some clips. And then, oh, by the way, there's a 3 hour podcast on this. But I think there's an evolution of that as well. So with the way the technology of Twitter is at the moment, there's definitely an evolution of these spaces. And I just don't know how to manifest it. So when a space is done and it's recorded, you can tweet it. And it's about developing a culture. And if you can keep that space on point of topic, raising everything, someone could actually create another space, interject a point later on, and then that topic keeps to grow, continues to grow. Just like when someone posts a Twitter feed, a Twitter comment, or whatever they call it, a tweet. Yeah. So then the people who created that space get a notification going, this person has just commented on this, and somehow it gets merged into that original space or something like that. It stays in the feed, they record it. You can come back and listen to it and then give your 2 cents or just let other people let it grow. But yeah, I think there's an evolution there. Whether or not people want to do that sort of thing, I'm only one person who's had that idea, but I'm one person of a big world out there. So you're coding at the moment?
Right now, Web3 is learning what needs to happen. Once he learns what needs to happen, he'll walk me through the process of doing all of the coding.
Cool. And you got so have you got a Zoom going with him, or is it just off?
Oh no, he's off in the on the yellow brick road of reading through the docs. You know, he's a smart guy. He'll figure it out. Tell me, do it with Zach. He has his parents all lined up. So, you know, we'll do 7 days. Right? You know, starting with the first day, and we may switch up on the second day, but we'll do 7 days, 7 stories, and then see if there is an incarnation of the content for which people would be interested in, you know, subscribing to.
I just thought of an amazing villain character for Web3. You know, Casey's been doing his like hero merges, but hasn't been doing many villains actually. But just like this dude who sits, you know, I can just got this image of a guy and all these different exotic spiders just crawling all over him. They just hang with him and they're like part of him. I don't know if I've ever seen that in a movie or a comic strip, but yeah, and they can do his bidding no matter where he goes. Through the web, he can communicate to any spider throughout the world. Anyway. Man, there's a lot happening. There's a hell of a lot happening.
It's what's happening is things are going from start to finish quickly. Because once we got over the software hump, right?
Yeah.
Like the way we started the other thing was like I had the base of the Google Colab. Remember the same thing I showed you?
Yeah, yeah.
So I was like, all right. So I got the code to here, but I want to make it do this.
Yeah.
And over the course of 6 hours, we figured out how to do it.
Wow. Wow. This is going to be a cool app, man. You know, I was thinking also with eRich's app, it actually works well, could actually work well. There was an incident that happened, well, Pete and I think Richie was in the space too, where there was a big domestic. Anyway, this woman claimed that this guy was abusing her, and yeah, I think she had some issues too, but you know, it's what sounded to be like a type of toxic relationship, and then this guy comes in and screams and through, and we're hearing this all in spaces, and he's screaming at us saying she's been on this damn phone talking to these guys for 6 hours, and apparently he's getting jealous. I don't know.
Well, here's the cool thing about eRich. He got it introduced to Ahmed on one of the last spaces.
Yeah.
Ahmed, being the software engineer, he has gone on a call with eRich. They had the call went well, and now they're taking things to the next step.
That's great.
So by all intents and purposes, you know that. And what's funny is like initially it was Ahmed that helped me get the assembly AI working. So
that's awesome. But that sort of thing that she's doing also works for domestic violence, because what this lady did while this guy was screaming and she was feeling like he was coming at her is put the phone between him and her. Pete started talking to him, and he went from this, you know, all caps rage screaming to calming down and apologizing and having a bit of a joke. Yeah, I'm not saying that that's going to happen every time in that sort of situation, but she sort of used it as like, I have witnesses now. You know, we've captured this, we've recorded it, so I can prove it. Something that she was never able to do before. So,
yeah, I think the big thing is once we can solve one unit of a use case, right? Then we can use that as a beachhead.
Yeah.
Right. So, for example, even myself, like once I learned how to use Twilio to do the phone call, and I was like, oh, okay. So more or less, we recreated the app.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm done now.
Yeah.
You know, you need someone to take it forward. Then here's the guy who trained me on how to initially use this Google Colab notebook. So why don't you talk to him? I was just basically a poison pill, a Trojan horse for the real developer.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, you've got to
talk to me.
Yeah. You've got to be able to speak enough about you got to know about the foundations enough so you can pitch it and sell it, right? And I guess know who's the right fit for what.
Well, you need to know what the founder wants to do, which is not easy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because when you talk to a founder, they talk to you for 10 hours about what they do.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
But for me, I was like, oh, this is a call center app, but the CSRs are attorneys. Okay, so let me build that. And I built it, you know, with the little I knew of Python and all the rest of it. And then when I showed her it, she was like, cool. And she's like, well, what if it could do this? I'm like, well, look, I'm a fucking recruiter. You don't not want me touching your code, but I know who is good with code. Ahmed. Bang, Ahmed takes over.
Yeah.
I never have to hear about it again.
Yeah. That's great. So why aren't we manifesting this into a non-for-profit or something like that? You need more case studies, or you need to know that it's going to continue to work?
Oh, well, do me a favor. Go to unicornlaunching.com.
Alrighty. I can't wait till I get my glasses. I lost my glasses on on the holiday. Ordered some new ones. Oh, this is a new. Is this new? This a new interface. Oh, your voice is money, electronic security, the alchemy of music, Akawaba. What's Akawaba? When you arrive in Ghana, they'll say Akawaba, which means welcome. Oh, God, you're so good. Getting those little snippets of education in. Starting with maths and science. Who is it? Let us show you. Very nice. Oh, is this video, the Delmi Training Institute Data Center Fundamentals, is this something that you've created, or?
So I edited that video, but
Okay.
that's what it's like to do the technician course.
Yeah, right. Okay, hang on. Now that I'm on my desktop, I'm going to just bookmark this. Launching.
So we know, I think we know that among us we have a resource pool, right?
Yeah.
And that resource pool represents capital, people, process, technology, doctrine, and leadership.
Yeah.
For Zach had an idea.
Mm-hmm.
He proofed the idea among people. Then once proofing it, he said, "Can we do this?" And I said, "Yes." I sent him a sample of not it working, but its potential to work.
Yeah.
Which is here, dial this phone number and you're going to hear your voice, Zach.
Yeah.
And he was like, okay. And then I was like, you know what? For me to make calls, I'm going to need to learn what? Doctrine and process, which is Python.
Yeah.
Right? Well, we have someone who could do that, which is a person.
Yeah.
Right? Now, usually to bring Web3 to bear, you have to have tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
Right? Well, he doesn't even talk to you. Right? Why would he talk to you? But he talks to us because he's a friend.
Yeah.
In the resource pool. And Zach pitches the idea to Web3. Web3 says, what do you think? You want to teach me, learn how to do it and teach me how to do it and laugh at me while I'm on Zoom? And I get frustrated with the command line. And he's like, sure. And there we go. That's all we need. We didn't need capital because we have the right people, process, technology, doctrine, and leadership.
That's great. But also, you can see that something like this is going to begin to consume more of your time, right? There's going to be more of a demand for this. Do you find yourself getting a bit busier with it, getting a bit addicted to it?
Oh, but I'm doing 10 things at a time. Like even as I'm talking to you, I'm designing the type form for the security company. I just sent Zach the video for Rev. We have like 12 sessions booked with Christian for the voice acting class.
Wow.
I'm going back into the schools and doing teaching before the end of the month. It's all happening at the same time. I'm helping someone write a book.
Nice.
Yeah, that's all happening at the same time. But I get bored easily, so.
Tim Richardson, Kevin Fernando, and Cindy Ellingham.
What up, Mike? What's good, bro?
Yo, fuck you. You only show up when the fucking disaster hits. Fucking the crypto bottoms for real.
Bro, don't act like I didn't tell you what was going on. Come on. Don't act like I didn't.
You only show up. You're like the groundhog for the bottom of the market.
Don't act like I didn't. Nah, don't act like I didn't.
Oh shit! It's Mr. Crypto Rob. What the fuck is? Who's about to collapse now?
How are we, Mr. Rogers?
What's going on? How's it going?
Good. I don't know if we've
Mr.
met.
Rogers,
I don't know if we've met. He's like the founder of the back chat, isn't he?
Yeah, Mr. Raj is one of the reasons we have the syndicate in the first place.
Yeah, I don't know if we've ever spoken before, but yeah, thank you.
It's all good. We were just trying to give people a safe place to voice their opinions and talk about stuff and stuff like that. It looks like it worked. So
Warn people of impending asteroids.
Yeah. Don't look up. Exactly.
You never know. Law of averages say one is coming our way.
Dude, so now the whole VGX offer is off the table, dude.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Dude, you know what's crazy is I haven't invested a penny, one single dime into crypto at all since the last time that we spoke. I told myself this shit's gonna fucking tank. I was like, this is just a domino effect, and I never put a dime in, and fucking thank God I didn't.
There was a guy who said, "Hey man, I need to send you some money." And I'm like, Can you? What if you kept that money in whatever token it is, and then just help me with this problem I have, which is learning how to code? And he said, "Sure." I'm like, "Okay, great." Like that's worth more than any arbitrary currency at this point. Teach me something I can use right now. That's worth something.
Oh yeah, dude, YouTube, bro. Dude, oh yeah, man. I got my house.
What? Congratulations. Are you in there right now, or are you?
Yeah, dude, I'm living in there. I'm fucking, home improvementing that shit up. I put some.
Yo, do me a favor. Bang on one of the walls.
Oh no, I'm not inside the house. I'm in my.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna have to call you. I'll call you.
Yeah. Call me when you're home, and I want to hear the sound of the wall on Twitter Spaces to make it real.
That's your verification.
Right, fucking bang on the wall for me. Okay.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. It was a fucking testament. That shit was. They put me through the ringer. What's good, Zach? They put me through the fucking ringer to get that house, dude. It was like everything I thought was gonna go well.
Who the fuck is this guy?
I was gonna ask, has it been a minute?
Bro, it's been like months. Like we're talking months. Like I've been doing this shit for months.
Mr. Raj, how good is KC at all this shit?
Oh, bro, KC's a fucking G. If he wouldn't have caught out that shit for me, I would have been fucked.
So what happened? How did he save you?
So whenever all that stuff was going down, and remember, I think I told you, right, that they denied my application because they said that my credit was bad. But the reason they denied it was because they were trying to get me to fork up like all of my money for a down payment, which was going to leave me with nothing. But I refused to sign the loan agreement, and then that's why they pretty much denied me the disclosure. So then when I went to a different loan officer, because KC, he deals out of Massachusetts. So since I went to a different loan officer with a buddy of ours, and they looked at it and they were like, "Oh my God, dude, we can like definitely get this fixed for you." And we did everything that they told us to do, and sure enough, we were pre-approved within like 2 weeks, and then we were in a home within less than a month. So Yeah, Casey fucking saved my ass.
So
And
how do
I
you
was
think?
able to furnish the house. I was able to furnish the house, pay off all my debt. Like I'm officially like 100% debt free.
Oh, congratulations. Hang on.
You know,
So your
yeah,
house is
appreciate it,
paid
man.
off to your house is paid off too, or just your other debts?
Just my other debts. My home, I consider
Okay.
that like more of like a, it's an investment, you know. But
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
everything you put in it, it's going towards your home. So it's it's if I sell it, I can at least get something back for it. It's not like a reoccurring expense like rent or something like that. So, but yeah, so I was able to pay off all that stuff. I was able to furnish my home. You know, do a bunch of extra stuff to the house. But yeah, man, Casey's a freaking beast. Anybody that needs his services, definitely use his services. Yo, what up, Zach? What's good, brother? How's it going? How's your platform going?
It's going. Sorry, I have my daughter laying on me, sleeping. Luckily, she's a heavy sleeper, so she's sleeping right through this.
It's one of the best feelings as a dad when your kid falls asleep on you, I reckon.
No, it's so shitty because I can't do fucking anything.
Oh, I love it. I love it when a kid falls asleep. It's just cute.
Yeah, she's a fucking terrorist though, so I'm afraid I'm slowly raising a psychopath or sociopath at least.
Oh well, you're gonna have to do like a Dexter with her or something like that.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Use it for good.
There is such a thing as super sociopaths. A friend of mine read a book about it.
But yeah, man, dude, this whole crypto shit's pretty intense. I mean, I'm not really in it because I haven't really I haven't put any money in recently, but it's fucking crazy. I wonder what's gonna happen with Voyager. Anybody know?
Dude, did you see that El Salvador might have had all their money on FTX?
Yeah, I mean that's why. I told you Bitcoin was shit. Told you.
I made a video when I first started learning how to edit video. And it's so funny. Like, this is one of the first videos I made. And it was like, Bitcoin at 17,000. People are going crazy. And now it's like less than that.
And people are still going crazy.
And people are still good. This is almost 5 years ago, dude.
It's like a
Hold on,
roller
here it
coaster.
is.
You're like,
So this is from December 15th, 2017, dude. And it's less now than it was then. That's almost 5 years ago, dude.
But I mean, that's just proving that those charts, the Bitcoin cycle, to be true. I mean, it's literally proven like when people saying that that wasn't the bottom, it was like they were literally telling everybody like, hey, be prepared.
So you exited from crypto into houses?
I went from crypto to houses. No, I still got crypto. I mean, I still got some NFTs and some stuff like that, and I got some stuff in my wallets and stuff. I just don't think that it's a good idea to put any money in it right now. I think it's going to continue to go down. Taxes are coming around the corner. A lot of stuff. People are going to be writing stuff off. They're going to people need cash. Shit. Cash is king.
Over 50 countries are are potentially going to default in the coming months, in the next 2 to 3 months. I wonder how that will impact things.
Well, also too, the housing market. There's a lot of homes that are going to be going into default, like going into foreclosure. That they're about to hit the market, like a
You
big
think?
amount of homes.
Why do
Oh
you think
yeah,
that?
because there's a lot of people that were in default from COVID. That their payments got postponed, and now they can't do that no more.
So
Like
I
the moratorium that they passed.
so I read a report that the level of defaults from COVID is less than 2% because most of those companies have taken all of those months and just tacked it onto the back end of everyone's mortgage.
Yeah, that was for 1 year from last year.
No, I'm saying like I just read a report that they said that it's less than 2% will get foreclosed on. Because the the selling there's it's quickly becoming not a seller's market, it's a buyer's market. So the
That's
banks
pretty.
don't
If the banks do that, that's pretty cool.
have the incentive like they did when mortgage rates were so low. They didn't have the incentive to like foreclose on a bunch of homes and put them on the market because they're not getting top dollar anymore. So they might as well wait anyway and just tack the mortgages onto the back end and hope that people, um, right, like default after they've paid off more. So
Hey, if they
that's
want to
just
do that, that's pretty cool because that'll help people stay afloat.
yeah,
I'm cool with that shit.
that's what I've read is just
If
especially
that's true.
also if you add in they really I think the banks would rather do whatever it takes to avoid a second crisis where they look like shitheads and assholes like they did in 2008. I think they would rather just like figure out a way to avoid that PR nightmare again. Which is why they also said like the foreclosure rate's going to be so low. Mostly it's going to be a lot of things. What I've read is that renters are having it the worst right now. Renters are getting they're getting priced out of like all of their housing situations, and they don't know what they're going to do about that. Especially with they're getting priced out of their current housing situation, and then they can't really afford mortgage rates either. So what do they do?
Yeah, dude, that was a situation that we were in. They rose our rent by like $800. I was like, holy fuck.
Yeah, I pretty much have like let so much stuff slide in my house, like them not doing certain repairs and doing shit in my house, so that hopefully come January when I need to re-up for another 8 months, I can go look. Like, don't be assholes. Just fucking let me do what I need to do. And then, because I'm only going to extend for like 6, 7 months. And then as soon as I go to my school, when I come back here, I got 4 months to like pack up the house. I'm hopefully already going to be packed up, um, and then moved to Oklahoma, and then I'm just going to live on the streets in my car for like a month and a half. Because it's going to be summer here in El Paso, so it's like fuck it, like it's not bad. It's not like it's cold or anything. So I'll just sleep on someone's floor for a month while my family's in El Paso, or sorry, in Oklahoma, and just live like a drifter until I can go to my next station. Because then I'll be making like $1,800 in a month extra here, and the rents in my next duty station after is like only 800, $900. So fuck it, might as well just try to get 3 months ahead on rent payments and pocket as much as I can.
Yeah, that's what I tried to. That's what I did. But when they told me that they were gonna raise it that much, I was like, holy shit, that's gonna eat away at what I'm trying to save. That's a fucking lot. It was a lot. I was like, God damn. I gotta get out of this. My last month, because I had to go month to month at the current rent, it was I think it was like $2,200, and that wasn't even including like the bills, and it was only like a like 2 bedroom, 2 bath, like 900 square foot little apartment. I mean, it's not little; it's a small house, pretty much, but still, you know. Casey, what's good, my guy? I like that picture, bro.
He hasn't told her about his FTX investment yet, so.
If only I hadn't swung the 401k over to FTX, everything would be fine. But now that I've taken out an equity line on the house and leveraged the cars and sold my wife's jewelry, I thought 10x leverage would be okay. What's up, Mr. Raj?
Mr. Roger just
What's up, bro?
singing your praises.
Oh, how you doing, man? It's been a
Yeah,
minute.
bro. Yeah, bro. No, man. I just thought it'd be a good time. I had some free time. Thought I'd jump up here, but yeah, man, it's been a minute. I was just telling him how you like literally saved my ass by by having me question all those things and helped me save a lot of money. So appreciate you.
I'm really happy to hear that, man. It's always very dangerous to be involved in somebody else's scenario, and I'm really, really happy for you. That's awesome.
Yeah, thanks, bro. Yeah, so we ended up getting a house too.
Yeah. What'd you do?
So we got a house in the same area. It was a used home, but the taxes are pretty much set. So they said, hey, don't buy it. My realtor and my my realtor and my loan officer were like very adamant on not letting me get a new construction home. They said, do not buy a new construction home. The housing market's gonna tank, and your house could go along with it. You want to pay 270 right now, and then your house would be worth 220. Go ahead, but I was like, all right, cool. I'll take your advice. You've been doing it for 20 years.
Dude, that's awesome, man. And you gut it out now, and you put sweat equity, blood, sweat, and tears into the house. Move on from that house, maybe keep it and rent it out.
Yeah, and we got a pretty decent interest rate too. We got in right before interest rates went up to like the sevens. We got locked in at like 5.75, so it's not
Yeah,
it's not
right
too
on,
bad. It's
dude.
like
No, that's
pretty
fucking great,
decent.
man. That's fucking
So
great.
yeah, anything more, dude? Any like just 1 point more, dude, from the mortgage rate was like way out of our price range. Like it was fucking insane. It was crazy, dude. My
Dude,
loan officer was
so
like, hey.
you ended up buying under the sales price you were looking at,
Mhm.
and you got in before the rates went up. Fucking
Yep.
win,
Yeah, we
win.
freaking got, dude. We got them so good because they had a deal that fell through, and I'm I do sales and stuff. So I told my realtor, I said, hey, oh, he's like, well, I'm gonna ask for 6,500 up front, and I was like, okay. So he asked for it, and you know, they negotiated and came back with a different number, and I was like, you know what? I was like, let's ask for more. he's like, he's like, well, I don't know, maybe we should do it this way. I'm like, well, they already came back, they came back halfway. I was like, let's ask for more. Why not? He's like, all right, screw it. And he said that they were like just hoopering and hollering, saying like, you're not gonna find a house for this price and all this stuff. But I was like, hey, dude, I was like, I ain't trying to. I was like, they're gonna be the ones getting the check. I was like, I have to cut a check. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to keep as much money as I can, and he did it, and they bit, and we ended up in a house, and it was a really good investment, dude. I was like, I'm not gonna lie, dude, I was fucking crying, bro, because it was the most stressful 3 months of my entire fucking life. I never been so stressed out in my life. It was insane, man. But now, like, I know how everything works a little bit better. I know how the real estate market works a little bit better. I know, how my credit works better. Shit, I didn't know shit about credit. They taught me a little bit more about my credit and how to use it and how to use it to my advantage, to how to buy things and stuff like that. And I got in touch with my realtor because we're gonna start next year. I want to start a trust for my kids. So I want to be able to see if I can put my house in a trust. But he put me with a lawyer and stuff like that. So go from there. Just trying to start that generational wealth with my kids now that we did the first step, which is acquiring a real hard asset. So
How does your
you
wife
can.
feel?
how does my wife feel, bruh? My wife is like 10 times better. Like we were like going at each other's throat, like a married couple should, but it was getting pretty bad at the end. She just couldn't take it no more. It was just becoming too much with her being pregnant, and then with my two kids, and they're just fucking screaming and yelling all day. We needed more space. They're fucking, my kids are fucking going at each other's neck all day. It's funny. My wife has to tell
Maybe
me
they have
constantly.
now
What?
they have at least separate rooms now.
Yeah. My little boy and little girl, they have separate rooms, and then my newborn, we my baby should be born in March, so we
Wow.
found a name,
Dude,
bro.
congrats, man.
His name's gonna be Nico. We're gonna name our son Nico.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
great name.
yeah. His name's gonna be Nico Leandro Martinez. Nico Leandro Martinez. So, yep. What about
Congratulations,
you, man?
man.
How's everything going with you? How's everything going with work and all that stuff? Did you ever accept that position that you were applying for?
No, no, it wasn't a matter of me accepting it. I didn't get it.
Oh, you
Uh,
didn't get it. Oh,
no, dude, my whole industry is just in the apocalypse right now, and so it is a daily battle to justify my paycheck. That
fuck.
is, yeah. Welcome to corporate. When there's low liquidity, they will squeeze. So that's the way to. But we're doing good though. Even with that, we're budgeted pretty tight. We're running lean, and we've got plans. So I think we're gonna be okay. It's been stressful, no doubt, but we're doing good.
Was that a left turn or a right turn?
It was a
Mr.
left.
Audrey,
It was
turning
a
left or
left
right?
turn. It was a
I
It was a
left
knew it
left.
was
turn.
left. I knew it was left.
It was a fucking left turn. Oh, Mike, you always get me, bro.
Yeah. So Karen's going back to work actually, and I have rolled over on the consultation bandwagon. Michael.
In what way?
Oh,
Same old word.
So I had a client, an old client, one of my first, call me up, and it wasn't. There were mortgage questions, but I couldn't do anything on the mortgage side, and so we started chatting about the business that he's starting up. And just through conversation, I just went for it and started detailing for him, like, hey, here's your overhead, here's your runway, here's how you calculate this. Look at that. You got a 700, you need 740, blah, 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 land loan, etc. And, he's scrambling notes down. And I'm like, hey, listen, I'm going to float this out there. This is a freebie for you because I know you. If you got other friends that need similar analysis, it's going to cost, but you got my number. So yeah, I did 3 analyses today at $100 a pop.
You dirty, dirty
Hell yeah,
capitalist.
get that money. Get that fucking money, Casey.
Don't you feel sick to your stomach?
A
You fucking
little,
capitalist.
it's weird. It's weird.
No, but let me
Nah,
ask you, like, how does it feel? Do you feel dirty? Or did you help the people commensurately
It
with
was
your
kind
pride?
of exciting. It was kind of exciting, actually. Like I kind of felt good because like
Do
all
you
three.
have a Calendly yet?
No.
You should. Because you know what?
Yeah, I
Do me
know.
a favor. Go to unicornlaunching.com. I just
Okay.
set it up.
Dude, I feel good too because I guess my wife's friends have been finding out that I can do a lot of stuff around the house and stuff, and with my job, and so they've been calling me, dude. I've been fucking charging them out the ass. They're not my friends.
I'm excited about people who can charge a premium. Does that make sense?
Everyone can charge a premium. It just depends on how high yours is. Some people's premium is different.
It just tells me that there's something more here. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, of course. That means that there's value. That you provide value, some sort of value, depending on
Mm-hmm.
what it is.
Yeah, exactly. There's more than meets the eye, at the very least.
What about you, Mike? How's everything going with your voice acting classes?
It's good. It's good. So I was just showing KCUnicornlaunching.com. So if you go there, you'll see basically I'm starting to consolidate all of the resources that I have into like actionable education for schools.
All right, I sent in my email. That's a good website, Mike. That looks good.
Oh, thanks, man.
That looks good. I know you're gonna be like, "Oh, I did it in 30 seconds. Piece of shit." That looks good.
Yeah, thanks, man. So, that's slowly going online because now I can confidently tell someone, we get shit done over here. And if you don't believe me, I beg you to call my bluff. Right? So now that I'm at that point, it's like, okay, so I can feel relatively comfortable in us, sitting in front of teachers and sitting, like, I already have a booking for a school that I'm going to before the end of the month. So it's happening.
Ooh, and I'm having fun. Fun is a big part.
Yeah, I am having fun, but it's not one of those it's one of those flow funs. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're kind of
Yeah.
capturing it in the moment, rolling with it. Maybe it turns
Like,
out, maybe it
you
doesn't.
know that feeling you have when you're creating the AI art?
That's what I'm talking about.
You spit up in your pants a bit, kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, get that one. That one's good. Oh God, it worked. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. It's so funny because like every time I look over to Allie, I look at her and what she's doing, and she just like buried in her phone, making like, man, hold on. Like if you let me,
Here's the way I put it to someone, right? Is in the NFL, they practice every week. They're the best players in the world, but they still go to practice. If you go in and you are a Google person or you work for any of those companies, you don't ever practice. You just are playing in the Super Bowl every single day. Here, we get to take a bunch of people who are semi-professionals and allow them to practice different things in different ways, and use all the pieces of their craft in practice, right? Like if something doesn't work, like we just put in a little bit of time, right? The ROI is incredible, and it's practice. Like what AI said, talking about practice.
did you post the video?
I did.
All right, let me find it.
I posted it in the Syndicate chat. I think we have to
Practice is necessary.
we have to quote tweet it and have more people tag. In addition to commenting and sharing the current tweet.
That's why they call a doctor's office a practice, because they're always practicing.
It's like a practice in rapid manifestation.
Oh my God, you're so Jupiter.
You know how it gets when the sun is over the Sphinx.
No way you can do that while it's out of alignment.
Wait. I have a question. When
About the
Pluto
Sphinx? Oh.
no longer existed as a planet, did that mess up people's like archetypes of like where like phases and all that kind of stuff? Like, was there a whole person that's like, I identify with Pluto in terms of where
But
it
it
is
didn't
in relation to Mars, and now they're like,
exist.
fuck.
It didn't not exist. It's still there. Someone just said Pluto's not a planet.
It's still a planet to me. Can I identify
Yeah,
Pluto as a
exactly.
planet to
It's a
me?
planet to me.
Yeah, man.
It's a fucking planet to me,
Let's
bro.
bring it back. Look, if the world can be flat, then Pluto can be a planet.
Is that trans-plutonium?
Yes, it's a very rare metal.
Zach, stop being such a fucking Pluto.
Instead
A
of
what?
Pluto, you're a Pluto.
Hey, respect my authority. I'm the only one in here with a check mark. All right.
That's right. Who do you think has more authority? You with a gun and from the military with your credentials, or you with a check mark?
I think it depends on the situation. If I go into the bar, the check mark would get me way more women than the gun in military ever will.
Yeah, interesting, right? Like if you went to a bar and be like, "Hey, you're on Twitter? Yeah, add me," and then they see the check mark,
No,
they're like, "Oh,
it depends, right? Here in El Paso, military's dime a dozen, so no one gives a fuck. Right? I literally tell people I'm not military when I go into bars or go anywhere. But the check mark would work. However, if I go, to a city that has no military base, well, then the military usually works.
Maybe if you
Hey,
got
how
a
does it
T-shirt."
work? Hey, Zach, quick question, bro. How does it work when you tell people that you're not military, but you literally sound like you're military?
I'm not military.
I'm not talking to the smartest group if I'm going out to the bar, so.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Hey, Mr. Rogers, you a fan of Green Lantern?
I like Green Lantern. Are we talking about the black Green Lantern or the white one? Which one?
What about the Minion Lantern? Green
The-
Lantern.
What is that?
Yeah. This is the stuff I've been doing with the AI art. I've been mixing and matching superpowers and characters. So I've got Hulk Rogers, right? Mr. Rogers as the Hulk. Oh, what am I thinking? Why didn't I post that one up? There we go. I'm working on a 6 series for Mary Poppins.
You should just do all of the minions.
Do you know, I almost had an insane one. It was the Civil War picture, but with minions.
I think
Like,
the only issue you would have is that the minions and all the characters from Civil War are both trademarked, so now you're getting fucked from both ends.
I mean, I'm just going to call it fan art. This stuff doesn't actually exist. Nobody else has done this, so come get some.
I mean, I'm sure someone has the entire Civil War scene as minions already.
I haven't found it. I've been looking.
Damn, Zach, you're such a Debbie Downer. Let Casey do his thing.
Yeah, man.
Jesus.
Why you gotta put me under threat of legal prosecution?
Fuck, Zach.
Just because I'm trying to make some art. I'm just trying to express myself.
Come on, Zach. Fuck.
God.
I just
missed you, Raj.
I just Googled Avengers as minions, and it came up on Pinterest, the exact Civil War picture.
Really? All right,
Yeah.
hold on. I'm looking for it now. You just Googled it?
Yeah, Minion American Civil War. It has a whole bunch of scenes from someone took all of them and made them all into. It's from chucksartbox.com.
Okay, hold on.
Just so you don't waste your time, Practice.
Yeah, but his sucks.
Practice.
His sucks. Mine's way better. His hand drawn. It looks clunky.
Yeah, it's not like he put any time into it.
What did he use? A colored pencil?
No skill or art school, probably.
So horrible.
God, his prompts must have been awful. They were like, "Hey, hand, draw Minion Avengers." Like, where did his prompts come? Like, consistently from his brain over several hours to draw it?
You know what'll be the best is that I'm going to take his work and then regenerate it AI, make it better. And then I'm going to give it to him.
Casey, I was going to see if are you planning on doing a villains line as well, like the Joker and what's the yellow?
Oh, yeah.
Like the yellow Green Lantern, stuff like that.
Oh yeah, Black Adam. Yeah, no, I gotta say, Carnage is versatile across multiple characters, but it is dark art. Man, it is not like, oh, that's fun. It's like, whoa.
Carnage Minion.
Dude, Carnage is versatile as a prompt. Man, you can make anything into a Carnage. Same thing with the Green Lantern. But above all, I'm most proud of Hulk Rogers. I think Mr. Rogers is the Hulk is just the best. Plus, the name is fun, Hulk Rogers.
You should do. You should do Bob Ross, Captain America.
I did Bob Ross as Mr. Fantastic.
Because Bob Ross was a Marine.
Oh, that's right. What a great fit. I also did Captain America with Spider-Man. I thought that was pretty savage. Look good anyways. But yeah, Bob Ross, Captain America, I think that'll work. But I did Mr. Fantastic to start with. My wife's trying to get me to hop on the My Little Ponies train, and I'm saying no. And if I do My Little Ponies, I'm going to use the villains 100%.
The villains. Hey, dude. Hey, don't be knocking My Little Pony, bro.
My Little Pony fans are, the pony people are really, really fanatic. So you might actually be able to monetize that one.
My Little Pony is a good show.
No, exactly. That show's good. Y'all tripping.
I mean, have you guys heard of this group of men who are big into having My Little Ponies around and all this stuff?
I'm talking about furries?
No.
Oh yeah, bronies.
Yes.
Bronies. Oh my god,
They are bronies. Yeah.
Oh Jesus. Oh gosh.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying is if you do a legit My Little Ponies thing, you can get the bronies to like go nuts over it.
Okay, I just created Bob Ross as a minion. It's a bit out there, but that's AI for you.
Oh, Bob Ross is a minion. That's a great twist. What style did you use?
Yeah, I just went into Playground AI and just said Bob Ross as a minion.
But you have to have a style set though, right?
Dude, y'all should do
No, I didn't choose one.
That's great, dude. That's great. That's so happy. I love that. That is awesome. That's wonderful.
Let me generate a few more. It looks pretty. I like it.
It's fun, dude. That's fun. How can you not smile when you see that?
Quality, seed, stable, number of images. Let me make 4 more. That's a good one. I wonder if I change. Now, if I add a filter, it's going to be fucked.
I have a pretty dark way of going about this. Is you should do like minions but fringe groups. So like Antifa minions, communist minions, KKK minions.
You're right. That's dark.
Like white supremacist minion. Like do all the crazy fucking minions groups.
Okay, I'm starting with Antifa.
Like
you guys are horrible,
minions.
You guys are horrible.
Start with Antifa? What? You can't go from Bob Ross to Antifa?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you can do whatever you want. I'm just like, Jesus, man.
Why you just went for the?
I mean, think about it, right? It's I don't want to say the wrong word, but they're supposed to be evil, right? They're a group of evil, just followers. What are the groups you think of when you think of evil followers? So, like, I don't know. In my mind, it's the real, actual.
I mean, I'm going like Legion of Doom. Like, can we not bring Nazis into everything or slavery? Because like that's so dark, man. So dark.
I'm just saying, like, it's the more realistic groups. If minions were real world and real life, that's what they are.
Zach, you don't have to debate this. Let's just go and do it. Casey's not in. He doesn't have to join the swirlpool. I think this needs to happen.
I'm just saying, I don't want to see a minion with bombs strapped to his chest.
Look, all it is my commentary on the current state of affairs of followership in the world. And I think that most of the individuals who are followers cannot articulate sensibly their position of why they follow. They just go banana and then follow whatever they say. And so, therefore, turning the minions to these groups is my commentary on the groups in return.
Okay.
Hey, but here's the good thing. But the minions, they got good taste though. They always trade up. They're always trading up. You notice that?
So I did.
If you're not a good villain, they're gonna have to leave you.
I did South Park as a minion and then Batman as a minion. I like Batman.
I also want to say hi to Meta Baby, Troy,
Wonder
Amy.
Woman as a minion. Wonder Woman as a
minion.
minion.
No.
That's a good one, actually.
That is a good one.
Oh, we should talk to Troy about the project code name Captain's Log now that we have the developer on it.
So we have Project Run Rev Run. We've got Project Captain's Log. And then we have Casey's project, I don't know, Finance Follies.
Can we make the next project not eating with a hot mic? Sorry, I couldn't help it.
Wonder Woman as a minion came out really well.
Put them up. See them.
Okay, so it's all under that same thread.
Oh.
Yeah. So if you click that image at the top.
So what happened from, did you choose a different style on the next ones?
No, did you like that initial style?
The initial style was way better.
Okay, so let me go back into it. What was the... Oops. Oh, I can upscale it.
It looks like you went from like anime to pixel or something abstract.
Oh man, the upscaler works really good.
Bro, that looks like the Walmart version of One Punch Man.
The Walmart version. Why do you gotta be talking in such economically disparaging terms, Mr. Rogers?
Wait, I'm not seeing anyone. Is it Bob Ross you're talking about?
Yeah, if you click on the Bob Ross, he replied to the Bob Ross pictures with more pictures, so he's not posting new ones in the nest. You gotta click on that one and look at the comments. Oh, Pete's here too. I gotta pick Pete's brain a little bit and see. Well, I pick his brain. I gotta see if he's been to the spatial I made for him to see what he thinks about it. Because if he's down with it, it's ready to go. Peter, pumpkin eater. Had a wife but couldn't keep her. What's up, Peter?
Morning, I just woke up.
Good morning.
Hey.
It's not rock and roll. Hey, so did you get a chance to check out that spatial?
Not yet, man.
You lazy son of a bitch.
Look, I had a
made a video for it. I know. But I'm hot to trot on it though when you get time.
Yeah,
as soon as you, I'm pretty sure you'll give it a thumbs up. I think you'll like it. And once you do, I just need to hop into one of your spatial spaces. I just need the link. If you go into any of your spatials, copy the link and send it to me. I'll have the ability to edit and I'll just upload it for you.
Sounds good, man. When I get up, I'll check it out because I'm still in bed currently. And this shit doesn't work on my phone.
Rise and shine, boy. Get moving. Let's go. Daylight's burning. Zach, would you please get Peter motivated?
Hold on. Is it 4 a.m.?
Almost 5.
So you're sleeping in. See,
he's having a mental health day. Leave him alone, Casey. Jesus.
That was a good one.
I might get back to sleep yet.
Yeah, dude, that sounds wonderful, man. Do you have any kids? You don't have any kids, right?
No, he's one of those people. No children.
He's one of those. He gets
yes.
over them by fucking clucking chickens and not kids.
And such life is good for now.
So I'm making a crypto burn video with the AI generated art strung together as a video, showing all of the exchanges burning to the ground. It should go over well.
I'm sure it'd be good.
What about Sam Bankman-Fried as a minion?
Ooh.
Dude, that's gonna come out looking like Bob Ross as a minion.
Yeah, it'll be similar.
Bob Ross's like long lost nephew.
What we'll do is we should cut that out and then put it on another picture of like buildings on fire and things burning to the ground, like maybe the Joker scene where he's exploding the hospital walking away. Ooh, SBF as the Joker.
Hmm.
I see SBF more as like a penguin than a Joker.
Oh, the Penguin.
Yes, bro. I see him more as like the penguin, dude.
That's a good one. That's a good one. And Steve Ehrlich can be Two-Face.
Yeah, Steve Ehrlich can be Two-Face. Alex Mashinsky could be the Riddler.
Ooh, nice call.
Mm-hmm.
Nice call. And Do Kwon is the Sandman?
No, Do Kwon.
Killer Croc?
You're crossing from main Batman villains into Spider-Man, so the answer would be Mr. Freeze.
Oh yeah, Mr. Freeze. He froze
Do
everybody.
Kwon
Yeah.
is Mr. Freeze. That
Do
was a
Kwon's
great
Mr.
take,
Freeze, dude.
Zach.
That's a
What
good
about
one.
does that make CZ
CZ's the
Ra's al
Joker.
Ghul?
Wait, which one?
Ra's al Ghul?
Maybe.
Oh yeah.
Maybe. That's another good call right there.
No,
But
because
Do
CZ hasn't entered
So who's
into
gonna
being a
be?
villain.
Yeah,
He would
Ra's al
be
Ghul was kind of like the
Yeah, Ra's al Ghul was the head of the League of the Assassins.
CZ might currently
So
be Batman because you are either the hero long enough to become the villain, or you die the hero. Those are his only options.
all I know is I got some
I
womboing
guess
to
he
do
could be
now.
Batman. I guess he could be.
Yeah, I'm on my fifth Sam Bankman-Fried as the Joker.
Dude, Zach had it right. Sam Bankman is Mr. Oh no, Do Kwon is Mr. Freeze, though. That's the win.
Mm-hmm.
That's the big win right there. That's a really good one.
Do Kwon from Batman. That's funny. Because it's like freezing as in the villain and also freezing as in
Yes.
customer assets.
Yes.
Thanks
it's
for
pretty.
explaining my joke.
It's two of those things at the same time, guys. That's why it's funny.
Oh, is that why?
It's sad, but we're laughing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's giving me some weird things.
Bitcoin's on the way back to 16.5.
Way back to 16.5. Where did it go to?
18.
So it went from sub 16.5 to 18 today, then back
15,
to
15.8, 15.9.
Hold on, it went as low as 15?
Yeah, broke down under 16. And then within like an hour, roughly, it was headed upwards again on a rally, which I have to imagine is a bunch of, I don't know, who knows what it is, but there was a rally of
People
bouncing off
speculating
support. Yeah.
on El Salvador, maybe.
Who knows? Yeah, who knows? What's up, Troy?
Damn.
See you grabbed a mic.
What's up, peeps?
Chilling, hanging out, man. What are you up to?
Contemplating the real important things in life. Like, what am I going to eat?
So, Troy, we talked to one of the developers that we have in the group who also knows how to use Twilio and all that fancy stuff for the idea that we talked about yesterday. So we're actually going to do an experiment with Zach's parents.
Oh, wow. That's so cool.
Yeah, so my dad's on board, my mom's on board, trying to get my brother on board, and then all my aunts and uncles, just to test the idea of the system up front. And
imagine getting hooked on your own family's content. Family flicks.
I think first you would have to live with them long enough to survive the ridicule and the disappointment and the embarrassment that it is to live with your family long enough to not rip each other's heads off, to consume that content day in and day out. Because as much as I love my wife, we get into our arguments every now and then. And
I would just think,
I think watching her every day would make me even more mad. God damn it! You know I hate it when you do that.
my mom will send me videos and pictures of my nephew. You know, so it just doesn't go from, you know, the grandma down. It also goes from the grandchild up.
Okay, so you mean like extended family now, not just immediate.
Yeah, yeah. So like, you know, I think the number one thing my mom loves to do on WhatsApp is stay close to the family and find out what's going on with the grandkids and the extended grandkids.
Oh, okay, yeah. That would be nice to keep in touch with everybody.
Yeah, just to keep them up to date with what. Yeah, you know.
Cool. That's what Facebook used to be.
I really like Facebook Memories.
It's a hit and miss.
But sometimes there's bangers in there, isn't there? From like 10 years ago? Yeah.
100%. You'd be like, yo, I came from a long way. Or like, ooh, I don't know why I thought this person was good. I'm glad they're not in my life no more. But
sometimes I'll be like, yo, like, it's almost like me reminding myself of things at this point. Oh, that's right. Fuck everyone. I forgot.
I see your hand raised. Go speak.
High five.
Or high five.
I hate it here.
Yes. Welcome to that portion of the show where E-Rich tells us everything that she hates about Twitter Spaces. Please tell us. That's my favorite part of the show.
Actually, I have a real question for Troy. Nice to meet you, Troy. I'm not sure if we've met before.
It's possible, but hey.
Yo, Troy, E-Rich has an amazing startup idea that's like she actually has in practice.
One of the things I'm working on right now, though, is how to price how much it costs me to get a customer kind of thing. I need to get actual numbers as opposed to like my Excel spreadsheet math.
Sure, I understood.
That's all I have to say.
Okay. Well, from that, what do you want that to be? And what would be your preferred range? I think sometimes we can look at like how much an actual cost to get a client in this current moment with what I'm currently doing right now. But once I know like what seems more optimal for me is this amount of money, and then we just reverse engineer it to work toward that goal as the cost versus what you've already associated to be, even if you don't have the exact number per acquisition.
So this is like not a business. Well, we have one customer.
Still counts.
Tell him what it's about though, because I think Troy will understand.
I think he would
be useful.
well too. Is this a disaster of a podcast gonna be disaster of a podcast?
Oh, it's already been a disaster before. It's fine.
I don't think it's. Ooh, why?
I mean, after you're done talking, it'll probably turn into it.
Just waiting for Crow to show up. But yeah, to tell Troy about what the app does.
Can we reserve that for? I'll tell you about the app and everything, but my question will. You're right. Turned it into a disaster. I hate it here.
Amazing.
I like
you're
chaos,
welcome.
so you can just go however you feel like going at this point. It is not a problem. I can keep up. You know, every time I see that, I think of the Hunger Games with the finger symbol instead and the whistle every single time. Every time. I even run the sound in my head, and I'm just like, yep. I feel like that's how we're going to be at this point with this whole, oh, we're going to leave Twitter because of this and that. I'm like, yeah, y'all complaining about it on Twitter, though. Like, y'all ain't going nowhere. I feel like I'm now those people on the Titanic who didn't give a F, and they were just playing their music as the ship was
Hey,
sinking.
Troy, at least you and I are on the same checkmark faction, right? we can leave all these other, nobodies behind.
I had told someone the other day, I'm like, well, hey, I waited long enough for perpetuity. You paid $25,000 for your check. I paid $8 and got it instantly.
I just got into an argument with someone, and they said that I should spend my money elsewhere if I'm trying to build an audience. And I was like, I don't get you. I don't think you understand that this is the best mix of entertainment and ROI that you can buy for $8. Like, cancel my fucking Netflix and give me Twitter Spaces
I have
happily.
features I've been wanting forever, plus the new features that I'm like, okay, I lost my ish when I was able to categorize, because I bookmark a lot of crap on here. And the fact that I can finally put it in categories and find it faster, I'm like, oh, y'all don't know what y'all done for me. Like, it is weird seeing the option now that I can actually edit a tweet or undo it. I like the option, but I like to live on the edge and just accept my spelling errors for just credit to get more clout anyway. But I told someone the other day that I'm like, okay, let me ask you this: do you see a problem with people paying for LinkedIn Premium? It gives you an actual gold thing next to that avatar as well. And some people see it as more prestige. Other people just see it as I want the features. Some people just want it because so they can see who everyone's seen their profile. No, I don't have a problem with that. So why do you have a problem with the Twitter one? It's literally the same thing. If anything, that tells me two things. You actually invest more time. Now, I'm not saying people who don't pay for it don't invest time on Twitter, but I'm saying if you do, you probably invest a lot of time on Twitter. And that's a tell for me to say, if I make a connection with this person, I'm probably always going to see this person around on Twitter, in my personal opinion. And they're like, well, stop trying to make it rational. I'm not agreeing with everything that Elon is as a human or does nor could I care, but stop making every single change as an obsession to fight the man versus just be like, if you like the feature, then freaking rock with the feature. And if you don't, no big deal.
The other thing is like a business has to make money. So support the businesses that you actually like with your money. Like, so what? And then my other point is, if someone came back in time and told you, hey, TikTok's been a thing, but it's going to blow up with monetization, and here's how you can do it, here and it's $8 a month, I would do that in a heartbeat, right? And so I don't want to miss out on the real monetization of Twitter just because I didn't want to pay $8 to be on the front of understanding what the features are as they come, and where they can go. Like, I don't know. That's just my opinion. Is like, especially because it's the largest growing platform right now. Like, and as he does things, he's going to piss people off and then make people want to join, and people are going to keep talking about it. So I don't know. That's just my opinion. Oh, E-Rich left. I'm sorry.
You know what's funny? People constantly remind of like how Twitter is the least populous of like the big four, and yet when all the other platforms go down or something else happens, where do everyone goes to talk about it though? And that's where I'm just kind of like, um, I get there's a lot of gray areas when it comes to like politics or news and all that stuff, which I kind of avoid for the most part at this point in my life. Although, ironically enough, I did work for the National Democratic Training Committee and all that stuff, so I can tell some tea about that. But I just find it funny how people, well, for starters, let's go back to the old system where people were seen as peasants for not having this blue check thing, and then the moment now everyone has the ability to get it, and it's decentralized. Now everyone's pissed because it's like, no, I want the separation to say I'm notable and I'm worthy. I'm like, you are applying the same amount of value to this check that now you're trying to reverse it and say that no, it doesn't count. Well, if it didn't count, it wouldn't bother you either way. Where other people may be like, finally, and it does whatever they boosted, and now they're more active on the platform. I don't care what you look at and how you get whatever your endorphin hit to justify your ability to be on Twitter. Enjoy it, or don't. Go ahead, Zach.
I also would like to point out that where's the uproar over the people that have 6-figure PFPs, to show just as much like, oh, I took the time to buy this Bored Ape to put it as my PFP on Twitter so that I can like get more followers because they know I have a Bored Ape. Like, sorry, I'm paying I'm paying my $300,000 over the next 80 years instead of buying a Bored Ape up front. And then hopefully I'll get to the 10K by being in spaces and speaking on topics that people want to follow me about, and then taking that and building an audience that I can like leverage as a brand. Like, you I won't be on TikTok. I refuse because I have a security clearance to worry about, and I hate Instagram. And yeah, I just like this platform. I joined Fireside today, so I might try to start doing Fireside chats.
I find it funny. What was it? Fireside. It was the one that begins with the M. It's not a mammoth. I forgot what it's called. Mastodon or something like that. And then there's a third platform that everyone's running to, and they've been around for a minute. So it's
You
not like
talking
they're
about
on this.
Wisdom?
Oh yeah. Wisdom. Yeah. I've had early access.
Yeah,
To
but
that for
Wisdom
much forever.
pays you in crypto, and the whole market's going haywire. So what's the point now?
Are we talking about the same Wisdom app?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like Wisdom, you get like Wisdom tokens,
Oh.
and then those exchange for some other crypto that you can like exchange for cash at some point. I don't know. If I'm gonna get monetized, I want it to monetize to like real hardcore cash so that I can just, have it. I don't want it to be at some speculative currency that could all of my work for hours and hours all of a sudden is worth less just because some guy wanted to buy sports arenas instead of investing his clients' money appropriately.
Oh yeah. No, I get that. I think that's the gray line right now. And you know what? I think this whole thing with Twitter is exposing like people who have risen to the top off vanity and they've just been getting by through that versus like folk who've just, done the work from the ground up and built genuine communities and things like that instead. Because I've seen a lot of folk in the last 2 weeks, whether they were, head of voices of NFT or crypto, or maybe they were big on social media marketing, or they were a speaker, whatever the industry and space. But it just feels like this whole thing, whether it's the blue checks or just the decentralization of a lot of different things, is just messing with people's psyches, or they're just not comfortable, or they feel like feel it threatened or challenged to what they built, and that calls me into question. Well, is what you built real? Are you like I know if like I lost every follower today, I had to start from zero. I'm sure there's gonna be at least 250 people who are gonna find me somewhere, and we're just gonna build it again. And I don't know if other people have that same have sowed that seed and built those many relationships. Because I was telling earlier, like if Mike like left, and I like if I haven't heard from Mike in like a good month, I'm gonna find where this dude is at and be like, "Yo, you good, fam? Let me hit him up
Yo,
on WhatsApp
the
or something. Like
last
we gotta reach out."
the last tech demo that I set up for a cybersecurity company was through an Instagram DM.
Wow.
And just where the guy is. Now, he has a LinkedIn account, but he's more active on Instagram, so I'll go find him on Instagram.
Right. Yeah. I think
He
meeting
doesn't
people
use
where they're
Twitter,
at.
you know?
I have all the other platforms. I don't doom scroll Twitter as much. If I have some time, I sit in here. And Mike knows I'm a very big proponent of I just leave whenever I have to go do anything. I don't wait to say bye or, oh, guys, I got to leave. Like, I just leave and I go do what I need to do. Whereas
Sometimes I'm gone and I'm still here.
Yeah. Sometimes I just set my phone down. I go to listener. Mike doesn't have this luxury because he's always hosting, but sometimes I just set my phone down and go work. So
Yeah.
I
I
always keep
can't.
thinking Mike's never gonna let me back in because there'd be so many times I'll get a phone call, and the next thing I know, it'll be like hours later, and I'm like, "Oh, I'm still in this
Yeah,
space."
I'm still here.
Like this dick, he didn't even talk to me. Like, what is he doing? He just wants to hog the mic or something. I'm like, no.
Oh,
That's just a people pleaser in me.
these WhatsApp calls with Mike that last hours, and you're just like, when is this going to end?
Be like, wait, you get WhatsApp calls with him?
Oh yeah, I get group invite WhatsApp calls, and it's always interesting.
Speaking of group calls, congratulations, Zach. I know you can't say anything, but can you say generalities about the call today?
I may have found the lead sponsor for my nonprofit event, which is hosting the entire field artillery at the largest U.S. military installation, field artillery installations ball. So we're doing it through a nonprofit because we haven't had a ball in 4 years. And so we're looking to make it an absolute huge event. And then my unit doesn't know how to throw not stuffy, super traditional, terrible ball events. So I'm trying to like help them. Like, I want it to be like, it's going to be at the convention center. There should be a step and repeat wall so all the privates who are all over social media can like take pictures in front of it, just like any other gala event, and post it all over their social media like they went to some big thing, put sponsors all over the wall. Trying to get the El Paso Supercar Club to drive a couple of their like Lambos and stuff into the arena to have there, with like little red ropes around them, and then do the unofficial portion to lead up to. So the unofficial portion would probably be this main sponsor speaking about a potential book that they are about to publish, bringing them in, doing book signings, stuff like that. Have them speak about the book, go into the formal portion, which is very stuffy, traditional military stuff, and then finish with the general. And then after that, it turns into one big like party, almost like a big prom with dancing and just pretty much everyone getting rip-roaring drunk. So it'll be fun. But with the current recruiting crisis that the military is facing, it's no wonder that they're facing it. The worst crisis that they've had in 5 years is because we haven't been able to do any of the fun things that you sign up to do in the military, which is like go to a ball, get dressed up, like try to get Taylor Swift to come to the ball with you, end up bringing a stripper instead, and then seeing all of your chain of command like in these like party suits, you know. Or the second fun part is not the actual deployment, but once you're back from deployment, talking about the experiences you had on deployment with others that you deployed with, because no one else would really understand that plight. Just kind of bonds you to the group and the organization. But we haven't been able to do either of those in 4 years, thanks COVID. So I think this is a way to help with that, especially if you can get the right coverage, right? If you can get the news to pick it up and put it all over like YouTube and other social media platforms, like look at this giant event, maybe some, young 19-year-olds don't know what they're doing in life are like, man, that looks like fun. Maybe I will join. So I don't know. I think the millions of dollars they're spending on recruiting budgets could be solved by just giving it to their units to host more fun events instead of, and then posting them on social media. They don't leverage it the right way.
Does it have to be a ball, or can it be like a fiesta?
I hate you. But yeah, we're, instead of it just being current active duty only, we're opening it up to veterans, and then trying to invite like the El Paso mayor and some other select civilians. And yeah, Troy, you want a ticket? You want an invite? You could be my +1.
Where is it located?
El Paso, Texas.
Nope, I've never been.
Yeah,
to
and
that
right
part
after
of
you
Texas.
can go to Tijuana and go get a couple of tacos.
They're spicy.
I
All
need
right,
to travel more.
my revolution tweet has been retweeted 11 times, I think.
Let's put it to the top.
Bump those numbers.
All right, I'll put it to the top. So Troy, this is I put it to the top. This is a guy we know, Rev Mac Live, and he went from home not having a home to live in to getting off the streets through Twitter.
Wow.
And he's very vocal in his fear of what they're going to do to the platform, and how it's going to disenfranchise others in that situation. So we kind of are trying to give his voice more megaphone.
Yeah, I can imagine that's. I guess I can understand that. Although I wonder, just like I don't have a running list because I haven't been investing myself a lot into that, of just what people think or suspect or already have truth or insights in of what they think what's going to happen with Twitter.
Holy shit! Sorry. Did anyone just see this internal email that he just sent?
Who to who?
Elon to all of his staff.
No, what'd he say?
Sorry that this is my first email to the whole company, but there is no way to sugarcoat the message. Frankly, the economic picture ahead is dire, especially for a company like ours that is so dependent on advertising in a challenging economic climate. Moreover, 70% of our advertising is brand rather than specific performance, which makes us doubly vulnerable. That is why the priority over the past 10 days has been to deliver and launch Twitter Blue verification subscription. Without significant subscription revenue, there is no good chance Twitter will not survive the upcoming economic downturn. Blah, 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 blah. The road ahead is arduous. Starting tomorrow, everyone is required to be in the office for a minimum of 40 hours per week. Blah, 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 blah. And then somebody else just tweeted, Stock Talk Weekly just said Elon Musk has told his Twitter staff in an all-hands meeting today that he's not sure how much run rate the company has and that bankruptcy, a quick bankruptcy isn't out of the question. He tells Twitter staff, if you can't physically make it to the office, don't show up at all, and the your resignation is accepted.
Damn.
This just dropped.
So why would you buy the organization? I understand, like, you know, like you're flipping a house, you don't know all the tea and stuff. But I'm like, you already knew kind of the situation of the environment before you bought it. I don't know why.
The due diligence had to have shown him these economics.
All of these tweets were written 3 months ago.
You really think that?
He's not coming to some revelation based on something he found out yesterday.
Yeah, I really can't see that either. Like, why would you buy something if you didn't?
I don't think any of this.
He tried to get out of it.
I don't think any of this is a revelation.
Yeah, he tried to get out of it, but he couldn't. He bit off more than he could chew, and he screwed himself.
I think he got fucked by his own hubris because he said, "Oh, hey, by the way, I want to do this." It moved markets so much so that he was like, this SEC was like, you either fucking do it or we're investigating. Like, I don't know. I feel like he thought he was untouchable, and then someone was like, no, you are going to follow through.
And not just that, I mean, he's already trimmed the fat too. I mean, shit, they fired like, what, 11,000 people?
No, that was Meta.
Oh, that was Meta, but no, Twitter fired some people too.
Yeah, but Twitter, it was like,
how many people was that?
I think it was just over 1,000.
Okay. No, yeah, you're right. That was Meta.
Yeah. And to be honest, like, what's the law? I think it's like, I don't want to say Smith's law, but there's a law that says, like, 80% of the work is done by 20% of the people. So, like, as long as you're not getting rid of the 20%, you're pretty much able to fire half of your staff at any moment.
Dude, I'm sure he'll be fine. I think this is more of a long-term investment for him. Like, dude's already fucking rich. He has 2 other companies that are doing okay, and he already liquidated all his Bitcoin when,
but here's the issue is that he has, people forget that you have a fiduciary responsibility. You can't just go, yeah, I'm going to do this, and then, oh, I'm going to be all right because I'm rich. Like, his connection between Twitter and Tesla, because of the way he had to sell Tesla stock to be able to buy Twitter, right, affected the price of Tesla, which then means that the investors who he has a fiduciary responsibility to have reason to throw a fit and remove him from that organization, which is most of his like net worth anyway, which then he's not rich, that he's not going to be the richest guy. So you get what I'm saying is, like, you're playing a dangerous game when you're not focused solely on getting returns for people at that stage. Like, People think rich guys are untouchable, but they have more knives pointed at their back than we do any day.
Yeah, but also at the same time, like, true businessmen make moves that a lot of people disagree with in the moment, but pay off in the long run. So I don't know what he has up his sleeves. I'm not Elon. All I can say is that, he's the one that he's the one that has to deal with it. I don't. That's his problem, not mine. you know.
I just wonder if he takes Twitter and parts it out and sells off pieces, like the social audio of Twitter gets spun off and sold, and I don't even know if there's anything else to Twitter besides social audio and tweets.
I don't know, or he could use Twitter, to feed his AI that they're developing. I mean, who knows? You know what I mean? Like, Twitter's an aggregator of a bunch of different data from around the world, and it's like all a centralized place, and it's all here. So who knows what he's going to use it for? But I'm sure there's a reason why he wanted it. And to be frank, I'm not even opposed to him offering subscriptions for blue checks. It evens the playing field. Some people got a lot of people have verifications. A lot of people have verifications that probably shouldn't have them.
Well, I was thinking that maybe we hear more complaints about the blue checkmark change because currently the people who have blue checkmarks stand the most to lose from this payment democratization.
Yeah, of course they do. Because now they can be like, well, fuck, you have a blue check mark and this guy has a blue check mark. I kind of lean towards this guy more, but y'all both have blue check marks, so I'm gonna go with him. People listen to blue check marks, bro. Even though the blue check mark could be like completely fucking wrong, like they just listen to it. So I don't know. I guess it's an easier way to counteract any bots that somebody may have on their account or something.
I also don't think you understand that now that I have this check mark, I am more right than you.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's
a good point.
You are more right than I am. So like, if there's two of you, and I fucked with Zach more, I'm gonna have to choose Zach.
Just the way the check mark crumbles.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's right. So for them to change how a profile looks, they would have to update the code for how a profile picture will work. Right? That makes sense. I don't see it beside your account yet.
I'm up.
Nice. You got to check out the spatial. That's just me repeating what Casey said.
Yep. We're doing just a sec. I'm just doing what I was supposed to do last night before I fucking basically got tired and blacked out.
All right, then, guys. Well, it was good talking to you. Good talking to you guys again. I'm out of here.
We'll see you during the next
I'll, I'll see you in another 4 or 5 months.
Yep, sounds good, bro. And I'll still keep giving you shit. Just kidding. I love you, bro. Y'all have a good one. Take it easy.